Good morning. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Happy Sunday to you all. Good morning. Welcome, guys. Welcome into the morning live. We are here again in the morning. It is Sunday. It is the 14th. Vincent, good morning. Welcome into the live. Now, we are here again because we are going to be doing this again. All right. You all have asked for it. Rudy, what's up? You all have asked for it, and I am obliging that I'm going to be reading this Bible all over again. You all don't want me to go through it haphazardly. You all have said, no, don't go through it haphazardly. We want you to read it again from the beginning to the end so we can follow. But I'm telling y'all that even though you are following me reading it in order, the stories are still not in order. Just so you all know that. The stories are not in order. It took years and years and years. All these compilation of stories took years and years and years to be put together. And they were taken and I believe just shoved into this book that's called the Bible. I don't think there was much thought put into it except the thought that they were going to manipulate the people's minds. I think that was the only thought that was put into it. But the rest of the stories, if they wanted to present to us a God of love and kindness and grace, I think they dropped the ball. But with that being said, I still want to welcome you all into the live. And let me just make this disclaimer, gentle people. Listen, I'm over here. This is my platform. I'm doing my thing. If you are one of those people who get your britches in a bundle because you hear somebody who has a different opinion from yours talking about the Bible and you feel like you are getting upset, I am going to tell you that this is not the place for you. Because if you come at me sideways, I'm going to come at you sideways. Don't come over here. Don't come with it. Please, please don't come. This is a space for people with an open mind who are willing to hear exactly what the book that they have been given to follow says. Not something that's made up, not something that somebody sat aside and created one day. It's what the book, because this book has been given to all of us. Right, Danny? Yes, this book has been given to all of us. And we have been told that to follow this book is to do right. To not follow this book is to do wrong. And so if you tell me that to follow this book means I'm doing right, I want to make sure I do right. So I need to read it and know what is in it to ensure that I stay right. So don't get mad, please. Danny, good morning. What's up? Yeah, so don't get mad when what I read to you is coming straight out of the book that was given to all of us. All right? All you got to do is get your pen and your paper, start jotting down what I am reading. And then if you have a religious leader, you want to take it up with them, you want to sit down, take up your own Bible and have your own conversation with whomever, yeah, you can do that. But please don't come at me. Because me not in it. Me not in it. Danny, what's up? Good morning, guys. Happy Sunday. So without further ado, we're not going to chat too much this morning because we have just about 2 hours. About 2 hours, and that's going to be it. And we are still on to, Mr. Me use my Bible so much till me start, even the leaves start falling out. Yeah, so we're going to continue the reading from Genesis. Now, before we continue, I'm going to do a little bit of a recap of what we have read so far in the book of Genesis. Let's just go over it quickly. So in the book of Genesis, the earlier chapter, I should say, where it says God created Adam and that he took a rib from Adam and made Eve out of it. And when he presented Eve to Adam, Adam says, therefore a man should leave his wife, leave his mother and father and cleave to his wife. And the question came up about how in the world did Adam get the concept of mother and father at that point when he had neither, and neither did Eve. Where did he get that concept from? God had not yet told Eve that her womb shall spill blood and she shall bear children in pain. That hadn't come up yet. But he was able to say, therefore a man must leave his mother and father and cleave to his wife. Big broad question. You all take it from there. As we continue to read, we saw where God was so angry. So angry at who? At himself. God is so angry at himself for having made human beings when he saw how wicked human beings were. Now remember, these were his creation. We are his creation. He is the all-knowing, almighty God who knows everything before it even happens. And he made those humans the way he made them. And then he turns around and says, it grieves his heart. It grieves his spirit. He hates the fact that he made human beings. Crazy work there. Woman of God. Yeah, man, me an early riser, I know. Me an early riser. 2:30, I'm up. 3 o'clock, I'm out the bed. 4 o'clock, I can move the world. How are you doing? Good morning to you, my love. Yeah. So it grieves him that he made human beings, knowing that all the characteristics of these human beings were created in them by him. Him who knows everything. He who is in control of everything. He knows everything that will happen before it happens. Now he's mad? Who he mad at? So in his anger, maybe this anger clouded his judgment, I don't know. But in his anger, he decides that the best solution is to get rid of these human beings, to slaughter everybody, to drown everybody. And not only the humans that are making him so angry, the innocent animals, the birds, the bees, the fish, the insects. He's that angry. He wants to take out everybody and everything. But wait, there are 8 people he wants to save. So he saved Noah, Noah's 3 sons, their wives, and Noah's wife. So that's 8 people he saves in this giant ark he told this 500-year-old Noah to build, okay? 100 years Noah took to build this ark. And then this water starts falling out of the heavens and the whole earth is covered with water. And this whole this rain started falling around February. I think the Bible said February 17th. No, it wasn't February then, but since it said the 2nd month, we're just going to say February for argument's sake. So the rain starts falling around February 17th. The rain continues for 40 days or 40 nights or something like that. And the rain covers the entire earth. And when the last bit of water was drawn, it was like the next year, January. So all this time, Noah, a man in Ghana, is building a bet. Just like they were waiting for the rapture a few weeks ago. Yeah. So he saved these people in the ark. And then almost a year later, when the waters dried up and all, he lets out these people. And then he is grieved because of how the earth stunk. So you tell me that God didn't know that when he drowned these people, that all these dead bodies of people and animals were going to be decaying on the earth and going to make it stink? And then he grieves again because the earth is so stink. He's grieving again. And then the story continues. Not Adam, but Noah and his family are now starting to populate the earth. And God lets them out of this ark, gives them instructions to start repopulating the earth. And one question that came up is that how did these people start repopulating the earth with no additional guidance? Remember the people before that descended from Adam? They didn't get any guidance to say, do this, do that. All God was concerned with was that they now know good and evil after Adam and Eve ate from that tree. They now know good and evil. And he didn't want them to discover the tree of life. So now they are kicked out. But here we are having the 8 people coming out of the ark being told to go repopulate the earth. But they don't have new instructions. They don't have a change of heart. They don't have any direction that's going to make them behave differently from the people who were just drowned off. You all get what I'm saying? So these people are let out to start repopulating the earth. No new direction. I want to see a tree of life. I want to see one too. I want to see one. Legend. Legend, my love. Legend, what? Well, good morning, man. That's my big mouth waking up early in the morning. Oh, my ear I do so. My ear need to retwist. But anyway, legend, me there I feel. Somebody said the tree of life is in a lot of countries. I bet it is. I would love to see it. Wouldn't you all love to see it too? I would love to see the tree of life. Yeah. Me eat from it already. You know, me eat from the tree of life 5 times. Bless up your nice clean self, your next land. Yeah. Me eat from the tree of life 5 times. Uh-huh. Ay. Anytime I see you online, me know what you're up to, you know. What you mean? Of course, yes. Anytime you see me online, you know what I'm up to. I'm up to all things good. What's up with you? I'm up to all things good, my love. Yeah, you know, some of that company internet come trouble nobody. You saw me mean Frank. Frank, what? How you doing? Good to see you, my darling. Happy Sunday to you. Good morning. Yeah, so let's just move on. Bless up your nice clean self, legend. You are the man all the time, every time. Yes, people. So as I was saying, that it's concerning that God would have sent out the people out of this ark, but not give them new direction as to what to and what not to do in order for him not to get this angry again. And Paul want him just send them out and tell them, go and go repopulate the earth. They still have the mentality and the mindset, put you what's up, of the people who him just drawn off. Right? Yeah. I didn't see where Paul Watton, I didn't see where he gave them directions and said, you know what? These were the things that the people were doing that made me so mad. That's why I drowned them all. I don't want you all to do this again. I want you to repopulate the earth, but I don't want y'all to go. He said, he just tell them go and go do incest. Eating from the tree of life was not prohibited. It was the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Yeah, something like that. You know, say they ate from the tree of good and evil, and now they know good and evil. Wasn't that what the Bible said? Yeah, correct me if me misspeak, you know, because sometimes I do, and I don't mind being corrected, you know. Me don't know which tree now. I have no idea, Paul. I have no idea which tree it is, but I know that they ate, according to the Bible, they ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and he said he was happy they didn't discover the tree of life. But anywho, we shall continue. Yeah. So these people got out of this ark and they started to repopulate the earth. Me don't know another Garden of Eden, Paul. Yeah, they repopulated the earth, and we came. The Bible sort of have some missing parts, but we came over to Abraham. We came over to Abraham, where Abraham, in my view, Abraham is this very ambitious individual. Abraham looks around him and he sees where there are people with money, there are people with riches, there are people who are living well. Mark you, these people are not serving Abraham's God. These people are the Egyptians and others. They're minding their own business. They're growing their wealth, planting their olive trees, and living their best life. Abraham saw where he could become as rich and notable as others around him. So he comes up with this grand scheme. He says, God says he got to move away from where he was at. He has to move away and, oh shit. Oh, pardon my language, people. Pardon me. Wait, let me tilt this. Okay. Abraham. Abraham who thief the people them goat. Well, well, he did more than just steal that goat, because Abraham saw where he could be a wealthy man, and he devised a scheme as to how he was going to achieve that. And when he was leaving his birthplace, who did he take with him? He took Sarah with him. Sarah, he declared to be his wife, but not only that, she was also his sister. They were the same dad. If you go back looking, I think Genesis 19 or somewhere around there, you will see. Sarah was his sister. And he took Sarah with him in an effort to become a rich man. I'm going to just say it like it is. He pimped out Sarah. He told Sarah, listen, you are beautiful, you are fair. When we go down to Egypt, exactly, Paul. When we go down to Egypt, I know the men are going to be looking at you. They're going to be wanting you because you're so fair, you're so beautiful. So here what we're going to do. We are going to use the sister part of the story. We're going to tell them that you are my sister. So they will take you and they will give me dowry for you. And that's what happened when they went down to Egypt. The men did look at Sarah and thought Sarah was fair and beautiful. And Abraham told them Sarah was his sister, and he offered his sister to these men for dowry. They gave him donkeys and horses and cows and goats and sheep and servants. They gave him a lot of dowry for Sarah because of how beautiful she was. And the Egyptians had Sarah. The Pharaoh had Sarah for himself. That's not pimping. Anyway, but this was Abraham, the man of God, right? Then when he thought he had had enough, then it was time now for him to do what I'm going to call the big reveal. And so the men gave him back Sarah and said, yo, you told me Sarah was your sister. Now take her and go. He takes Sarah, he goes. He does the same thing when he comes to King Abimelech. He does the same thing with Sarah, saying that she was his sister. In fact, she was. But to show you how he was using that information to manipulate others so that he could accumulate wealth. This same man of God. Okay, we're moving forward. I'm not gonna go over every single part of what we've read before, but I'll go over just a few parts of the story. Then Abraham, who was by this time traveling with Lot, his nephew, they were starting to bump into each other. Lot had accumulated his wealth. They didn't say how, but Abraham had accumulated his. And so their animals were starting to mix together. They didn't have enough land. Their servants started to have issues with each other, and so they decided they're going to separate. So Abraham went his way and Lot went his way. The way Lot went was ended up being called Sodom and Gomorrah. So Lot is here in Sodom and Gomorrah, and all the people there are living their lives how they want to. They're choosing how they want to live their lives. And God becomes so angry at the people in Sodom and Gomorrah, mark you, we still have not heard of any direction given to these people by God. I want you to take note of that. There's still no direction given to them as to how they should live. I know a lot of you say, oh, it's free will. But then if it is free will, there should be no punishment. If you are free to do what you want to do, it's like my mom saying to her daughters, you all are free to do what you want to do. We start climbing on the furniture. We start turning on the stove, leaving, do what you want. And then she comes and she gets mad and starts to punish us to say, why you climb on the stove? Why you cooking? You only two. Why you climbing on the furniture? Ma, you said it was free will. We can do what we want. There were two trees right in the center of the garden. The tree of life. Yeah, I know. Patrick, I haven't seen you in a long time. What a good time to see you. Happy Sunday to you, my love. Good to see you. Yeah. So at this time, even though these people are, the earth is being populated over and over, there are people moving around everywhere, they still have no direction as to how this God expects them to live in order for him not to get as angry as he was before and destroy them again. They're just living their lives. So now he's mad at the people in Sodom and Gomorrah because the way they are living displeases him. Their free will displeases him. So he sends angels. And these angels had to walk to go down to Sodom and Gomorrah. We read about them stopping, having a conversation with Abraham, where Abraham washed their feet and gave them bread. But anywho, these are supposed to be angels who could repel from heaven down into Sodom and Gomorrah rather than having to go through the streets and having stopped to talk to Adam, I keep saying Adam, to Abraham. But anyway, this is how the story goes. I didn't make up the story. I'm just saying the story. When they got to Sodom, there was Lot at the gate. Is a small island, I guess. But when they got to Sodom, there is Lot sitting at the gate. He's guarding the gates to Sodom. He runs in his house to invite them in to get bread and to wash their feet. They didn't want to go, but eventually they went. He washed their feet. He fed them bread. The people in the town realized him said, bad man angel. Exactly. I'm going to walk through the town with their matic. All right. So they went. The men in the town realized that there were two strange men who had entered into Lot's house. And these men, all they wanted to do was to get to these men so they could have relations with them. And imagine an entire town of men banging down the door of one man just to get to two men. These had to be some really depraved people. And they wanting to get to these two men were banging down the door telling Lot, send these two men out so we can do with them whatever we please. And Lot kept telling them, no, you all need to go away. You don't need these two men. But guess what? I, Lot, a gracious and loving father, I have two daughters who are still at home. They are not yet married. They have not been touched by a man. You, my friends, can have them to do with them whatever you want. The fuck? What? You can have my two virgin daughters to do with them whatever you want. Because Lot knew that these men, it was their sexual desires that were causing them to beat down his door to get to these angels. Eventually, they were struck blind. These angels, according to the story, said they were struck blind. Lot and his daughters and his wife were able to leave the city before the fire started. I agree with you, Frank. Of course they were. Of course they were. There were some freaky men, but but not just that. They were dangerous, if I should believe the story. But anywho, As Lot and his wife and his daughters were leaving the city, and the fire started to rain down from above, his wife looked back, it says, and she became a pillar of salt. The pillar of salt should have been Lot, who offered up his two daughters. But we know that the stories in the Bible coming from that patriarchal society never hold men responsible for anything they do. The men can do whatever they want. They always get away with it. Nobody chastises them. But the women are slaughtered. The women are chastised and punished for anything that they say and do that goes outside of the expectations of societal norms at the time. Okay? So here comes Lot. He goes up into Zoar with his two daughters. The wife is now a pillar of salt left behind. Rain of fire has come down and destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. They could watch the smoke rising from there. And they're up in this mountain, just the three of them. These two daughters now have come into teenagehood, you know. They're starting to have desires for men. There are no men there. No, don't tell me that the place was so sparsely populated that these two young women could not have been sent even over to where Abraham was to go find somebody. I don't know. But this is what the Bible says. That they wanted to be with, the daughters wanted men. There weren't any men in the cave. So the only man was there was their dad. And you notice how the narrative is that the daughters gave their dad wine, made him drunk. And then they took advantage of him while he was drunk. And I don't know about you, but I don't believe that part of the story. It was not the daughter's idea. It was Lot's idea. That's what I believe. If Lot was willing to hand them over to men so that these men could do with them whatever he wants, what would make him not? You see that he's already depraved. Why all of a sudden he was going to be overwhelmed with some form of morality when he's up there in the cave with his two daughters and was going to say, oh no, these are my daughters. No, I'm not going to do anything to them. No, I'm not going to touch them. I'm going to take them out and let us go find them a man somewhere. Why do you think that was going to come to his mind? I don't believe it, not one bit. Danny, what's up? Yeah, I don't believe it one bit that these girls orchestrated that thing and got him drunk and took advantage of him. He took advantage of his daughters. He got them pregnant. One had a son named Moab, the other the son named Ammon. And you all believe that it not sound right, right? Danny, I agree with you. It not sound right. It not sound right. It don't sound right to me either. It don't sound right to me either. That these preteen girls would come up with this grand idea with a father who is already mentally depraved. But the daughters get the blame. All right, I don't believe it. But anywho, the Bible says otherwise, but me not believe it. So they have these two sons, Moab and Ammon. In the future, the kind and loving God tells the children of Israel through Moses that these descendants of Moab and Ammon were not even welcomed into the fold. So the poor children gets punished for something they had absolutely nothing to do with. But they're the ones who get punished. Anywho, we moved on from that story and we moved over into the story of Abraham's son, Isaac. Now, Abraham, still a man of God, couldn't get Sarah pregnant. How could he? How could he? All kinds of things go through my mind when I think of that relationship between Abraham and Sarah, and all the pimp out Sarah that made her sterile. But anyway, Sarah was so angry that she wasn't able to have kids by Abraham, that she offered him one of their servants, Agar. Agar was one of the servants they had bought in Egypt. And she was very beautiful. Sarah said to her husband, Abraham, well, listen, I know I can't give you children. You are old. I am old. I know you want your seed. You want your own seed so you can leave all these riches too. The only person that was there at the time who could get Abraham's riches was the chief servant in his house. And that chief servant was from Damascus. He had bought that one from Damascus. And he was like, I don't want to leave everything I have to this Damascus guy, because this guy is, that means the inheritance is not going to continue along my lineage. So therefore, I am praying to God and I'm begging God, I'm asking God to help me to have a child of my own so I can leave all this wealth to that child. And so Sarah says, well, I can't have no kids. I'm too old. I've even stopped seeing my period. I'm no longer fertile. So just take Hagar, and maybe she can have children that I could call my own. So that was the agreement. But after Abraham went into Hagar and got Hagar pregnant, then trouble set up in the yard. Trouble in the dance, trouble tonight, because Sarah is angry at Hagar, Hagar is angry at Sarah, and so the back and forth and the cat fighting started. And Abraham, still the man of God, put Hagar out. Put out Hagar. Him baby mother, him put out with the big belly carrying his child. This man of God. Hagar have Ishmael. And still the cat fighting between them. Did Sarah take Ishmael in her bosom and say, well, this is the child that I prayed for, that I asked for, and I remember that I told my husband that Hagar should be having kids. I wanted Hagar to have children that I could call my own. Did she take Ishmael? No, she didn't. Yes, Danny, it was Sarah's idea in the first place. Frank man. Just hold on, man. Just hold on. Okay? So Sarah did not hold on to her end of the bargain. She did not embrace Ishmael and say, thank God he gave me the son that I wanted, I could give to my husband. No, she's mad at Hagar and she's mad at Ishmael. And she tells Abraham, send away that woman and her child. Because I can have no peace up in here. Okay, so Abraham does that. Then Sarah gets pregnant in her old age. And she has Isaac. And if you notice the narrative in the Bible, when it was only Ishmael, the Bible never so much talks about this hair of Abraham, Ishmael. It sort of just skims over Ishmael as though he barely even exists. But then it goes to Isaac. And now the Bible starts to praise Isaac. It starts to say, Abraham's only son. It starts referring to Isaac as Abraham's only son. Totally ignoring Ishmael. Even though God did say he was going to bless Ishmael because Ishmael was Abraham's son. But everything was going to be, and oh, you go blame lad. The man just run from Frank, you need to be here. Frank say, me I go blame lad. When Lot just run from one city full of bee man and climb up in the mountain with his daughters. I mean, if the Bible is supposed to be presented to me with a level of morality to which I am expected to adhere, then I would think that the stories in it would exude morality that would invite me to want to follow. But it ain't. Because the same behaviors that are in there from these men of God are the same behaviors that's being denounced. So me confused, to say the least. But anywho, as we continue, Miss B, a long time I see you. What? How you doing, lovely? Me rotted, me broke up my phone. Sorry, people. Sorry. All right, here I come. All right, so let us continue. Let us continue with the story. So Isaac now is the child of Abraham and Sarah. Now then, Abraham claims that God made some kind of a covenant with him. And in this covenant, see how depraved they are? His mind is thinking about the men around him and their private parts. In his depraved mind, he is thinking about all these men around him. He's thinking about their private parts. And he comes up with this grand idea and say, God tells him that he's going to require that all the men and the boys, whether he bought them with his own money or they were born in his household, every boy needs to be circumcised. And you all want to tell me that it was not Abraham's depraved mind that's making him think of the private parts of all these men? Why he wanted to go handle them? To cut off some part of their body? To mutilate them? But he has shrouded that carnal idea. He shrouded it with this covenant that he says is a covenant he got with God. Because if God didn't want the people them with their foreskin, why make them with it? Why make them with it? And then to tell an ordinary man, I'm going to have a covenant with you and it's going to be your job to go mutilate all these men and boys. Where's the reality? No make no sense, right? But anywho, so he takes off his foreskin, the foreskin of Ishmael, the foreskin of all the men and the boys in his kingdom. Everybody. And then he says this is supposed to be an everlasting covenant that all men, boys, at 8 days old should have this kind of mutilation. I see people still doing that kind of thing nowadays. They shroud it in health, in the name of health care and all of that. Yeah. But anywho, let us continue. So as the story goes, we're going to skip ahead, and we are going to go to Isaac having his 2 sons with his wife Rebekah. And they are Jacob and Esau. And we saw how I can't imagine the pain the men and boys were in at the time. I can't either. But let me show you how these stories are so crazy. If you all remember when Jacob, we haven't read that part yet, not in this little series, but if you all remember when Jacob was traveling with his tribe, they were going to find some place, trying to find some place, and they got to the city of Shechem, and they went out to go observe the city and the people and their way of life and all that thing. Do you all remember when the king's son took their sister Dinah and had relations with her, and he said, he wanted her to be his wife. He told his dad that, listen, dad, this woman is the fairest woman I've ever met. Can you just go ask her people if I can have her for my wife? And when the king called up Jacob and said, listen, I would love for your daughter to marry my son. Did you remember what they had told the king? They told the king that for our daughter to get to marry your son, you have to circumcise every male in your city. And that was a plot. So the king agreed because he wanted to please his son. He wanted his son to have the wife of his choice, even though they were not from the same tribe. And what did Jacob's sons do? After the king had made a declaration that every male in his kingdom should be circumcised so that they could match up with Jacob's descendants. They went in after the men were sore, because after they're circumcised, they are sore. They want to stay in bed for a few days, tend to their bleeding, tend to their soreness. Jacob's sons went in and slaughtered every single body, the king, his son, and all the men. They took the men by surprise. They slaughtered everybody. So this whole circumcision thing that they said was a covenant, that Abraham said was a covenant between him and God and was supposed to be some kind of holy ritual, look how they had used it. They used it for their own advantage when they had gone into Shechem. So tell me how much of a covenant that could be. But anywho, we're going to continue. Let us continue. At this point, I think I should be reading. At this point. Yeah, I think I should be reading. But we had got to the point where Jacob deceived Esau, deceived his dad, and his mother helped him to go away to his uncle Laban so that he could escape the wrath of his brother Esau. He goes there, and that's where this story kind of ended from our reading. So we're going to continue. We are going to continue with our reading. All right. So if you are just coming, welcome. Thank you so much for stopping by. We are not here to denounce anybody's religion. We don't care about no religion. What religion you subscribe to, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me. What I am doing here is reading this good old Bible here for myself. And I'm sharing it with y'all. Okay? All right, we're going to continue. Yesterday we had started, Jesus Christ, me tear up the Bible. We had started again at Genesis chapter 28. We had read that yesterday. We're going to move right along to Genesis 29 for this morning. Johnny Solness, how you doing? I see you pass by here all the time. Hello, good morning. All right, we're going to move on to Genesis 29. Okay, so you all can follow along. I'm reading from the King James Version. I know a lot of people keep saying, "Oh, Trev, you read from the King James Version. Why don't you get an Ethiopian Bible?" It don't matter. This is what I got right now, so this is what I'm gonna be reading. All right. Then Jacob went on his journey and came into the land of the people of the east. And he looked, and behold, a well in the field, and lo, there were 3 flocks of sheep lying by it. For out of that well they watered the flocks. And a great stone was upon the wall's mouth. And there were all the flocks gathered. And they rolled the stone from the well's mouth, and watered the sheep, and put the stone again upon the well's mouth. And Jacob said unto them, My brethren, whence be ye? And they said, Of Haran are we. Now, don't forget that Haran was Abraham's brother. Okay? So that would mean that these men that he has come upon, they are related because Haran and Jacob, Haran and Abraham were brothers. So let us continue. And he said unto them, no, do you know Laban, the son of Nahor? And they said, of course we know him. And he said unto them, is he all right? And they said, he is well. And behold, Rachel his daughter came with the sheep. And he said, lo, it is yet high day, neither is it time that the cattle should be gathered together. Water the sheep, and go and feed them. Hold on, let me think we need a little bit more light. And they said, we cannot, until all the flocks be gathered together, and till they roll the stone from the well's mouth, then we water the sheep. And while he was speaking with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she kept them. And it came to pass, when Jacob saw Rachel, the daughter of Laban his mother's brother, and the sheep of Laban his mother's brother, that Jacob went near, and rolled the stone from the well's mouth, and watered the flock of Laban his mother's brother. Jacob, what's up? Jamaica forever. And Jacob kissed Rachel, and lifted up his voice and wept. And Jacob told Rachel that he was his father's brother. He was her father's brother, and that he was Rebekah's son. And she ran and told her father. And it came to pass, when Laban heard the tidings of Jacob, his sister's son, that he ran to meet him, and embraced him, and kissed him, and brought him to his house. And he told Laban all those things. So, somebody coming to your house, your relative come to your house, you haven't seen them in a long time. Yeah, if you have ever seen them, and then sit down now and start talking about, your journey, all that you encountered, what's happening back home, how your mom is doing, etc. And Laban said to him, surely you are my bone and my flesh. And he dwelt with him in the space of a month. And Laban said unto Jacob, because thou art my brother, shouldest thou therefore serve me for naught? Tell me, what shall thy wages be? All right, so you see how them skip over a lot of things, but based on the reading that we have done, we can talk about it. So now here is Jacob. Jacob is now with Laban. He's working with Laban. Laban has animals and servants, and Jacob has joined in the works that's going on in Laban's house. And now he's asking, for wages. Laban is saying, not because you're related to me, that doesn't mean you should work for nothing. You got to get something. You got to get something for your work. But what is it going to be? Let us continue. And Laban said unto Jacob, because thou art my brother, shouldest thou therefore serve me for naught? Tell me, what shall your wages be? And Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the elder was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. Leah was tender-eyed, but Rachel was beautiful and well-favored. So, Japhet, what's up? So, Leah was tender-eyed. Okay. That's Leah, and that's Rachel. All right, let's move on. And Jacob loved Rachel and said, I will serve thee 7 years for Rachel, your younger daughter. And Laban said, it is better that I give her to you than that I should give her to another man. So abide with me. All right. So you see, Laban is saying, it better that I give my daughter to a relative to be his wife than to give her to a stranger. Okay. So Jacob has agreed to work for 7 years to get Rachel. Let us continue. And Jacob served for 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed unto him but a few days, for the love he had for her. And Jacob said unto Laban, give me my wife, for my days are fulfilled, that I may go in unto her. And Laban gathered together all the men of the palace and made a feast. And it came to pass in the evening that he took Leah his daughter and brought her to him, and he went in unto her. Want to see the deceit? All right. So Laban has brought in Leah instead of Rachel. And Laban gave unto his daughter Leah Zilpah his maid for an handmaid. And it came to pass that in the morning, behold, it was Leah. And he said to Laban, what is this that thou hast done unto me? Did not I serve you 7 years for Rachel? Why have you deceived me? And Laban said, it must not be so done in our country to give the younger daughter to be married before the firstborn. Then if I saw it, I go, you know, just say that to the man. Don't you just say that? Don't you just be honest and say to Jacob, like, listen, I know you love I know you love Rachel. I know you want Rachel, but I cannot hand over Rachel to be Leah. Now that you have worked for the 7 years and Leah is still not married, I can't give you Rachel. Instead, he sneakily sent in Leah unto Jacob. Now Jacob is pissed, as anybody would be. And he said, fulfill her week. This is what Laban says to Jacob. Fulfill her week, and we will give thee this also for the service which thou shalt serve with me yet 7 more years. Laban wants to shut him $2. But anywho, and Jacob did so and fulfilled her week. You know what that means, right? So he stayed for the week with Leah and, doing his thing with Leah. And Jacob did so and fulfilled her week. And he gave him Rachel his daughter to wife also. And Laban gave to Rachel his daughter Bilhah, his handmaid, to be her maid. And he went in also unto Rachel, and he loved also Rachel more than Leah, and served with him yet 7 more years. Because somebody that asked me, somebody was asking, God is awesome. What's up? Somebody was asking whether or not the Bible said he served 7 more years for Rachel before he got Rachel, or did he get Rachel before he served the 7 more years? But according to the Bible here, it looks as though Jacob got Rachel after a week and then he served another 7 years. Is that what it sounds like to y'all? That's what it sounds like to me. But let me read it again so that we can listen carefully for what it says. And Laban gave unto his daughter Leah Zilpah his maid for a handmaid. And it came to pass that in the morning, behold, it was Leah. And he said to Laban, what is this that thou hast done to me? Did not I serve thee for Rachel? Why hast thou betrayed me? And Laban said, It must not be so done in our country to give the younger daughter to be married before the firstborn. Fulfill her week, and we will give thee this also for the service which thou shalt serve with me yet another 7 years. Okay, so I'm saying stay with Leah for a week, and then I will give you Rachel, and you just have to serve me for another 7 years. And Jacob did so and fulfilled her week, and he gave him Rachel his daughter to wife also. And Laban gave to Rachel his daughter Bilhah, his handmaid, to be her maid. And he went in also unto Rachel, and he loved also Rachel more than he loved Leah, and served him yet another 7 years. And when the Lord saw that Leah was hated, he opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. Then all this time, if the Lord did say Leah was hated, why never did send a loving husband for Leah? Yeah, he would have seen that because of Leah's disability, she was treated differently. Why didn't he send her a loyal and loving husband? Why he waited for all this deceit to go on, and now she and her sister are married to the same man, and there is... It just seems to me like this individual that they have labeled Lord or God in the Bible is just so full of confusion, just always seeking the path that is going to lead to war. He's never seeking out the peaceful path. I can't imagine. Okay, I saw that already. But anyway, and when the Lord saw that Leah was hated, he opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. So what is he doing now? He's playing favorite, so the people hate Leah, so therefore I'm going to let Leah be fruitful, and then I'm going to close up Rachel's womb because they love Rachel too much. What kind of envy? What is that? Does that make any sense? And Leah conceived and bare a son and called his name Reuben. For she said, surely the Lord hath looked upon my affliction. Now therefore my husband will love me. I get this is where the ideology came from, where people would be thinking that if you have a pitney for the man, he might go love you more. That time him no want you. You never know. At that time him no want you. But anyway, Amelita, bless up a nice clean self. How you doing, my love? Good to see you. Yeah, it seems like instead of acting with the foresight that he would have had as God, he's acting out of emotions. So now that he's noticing that everybody sort of gives Leah the silent treatment, now I'm gonna feel sorry for Leah. And he's going to open up her womb, make her have a child, so now everybody's going to love and embrace her. And because everybody loves Rachel, now I'm going to take revenge upon Rachel for what? And lock up Rachel's womb. Me tell you, so the story don't make no sense. I don't think I joke me I make. But anyway, let us continue. So Leah conceived and she bare Reuben. For she said, the Lord had looked upon her, and now her husband will love her. And she conceived again, and she bare another son, and she bare another son, and said, because the Lord hath heard that I was hated, he hath therefore given me this son also. And she called his name Simeon. And she conceived again, and she bare another son. And she said, well, now my husband is going to love me, because I have brought him 2 sons. Now I have brought him 3. And she named that son Levi. And she conceived again. So Jacob then a ramp with Leah. Jacob then a ramp with Leah. He must sow seed left and right. And now she's bearing a 4th son, and she calls his name Judah. Let us continue. We are on now to chapter 30. If you are just joining us, welcome. Thank you so much for coming. Yeah, you are welcome to send your daily heart me. You all are welcome to submit your like for the live. All right, submit your daily heart me and make a comment in the chat. Or let me give you the instructions. Well, BB, what's up? This is what you're gonna do. Where's the old emotions drift word? She poked your heart up as you found out she wasn't true. Eh? What you mean? What you mean old emotions? Look like you need some motion early in the morning here. Oh, it look like you need some motion early in the morning here. What's going on with you, BB Glass? How you doing, my love? Good to see you. Welcome into the early morning life. Yes, say early morning my thing active. You know what I mean? Yeah. Later on in the day, yeah, nothing. But good to see you. Happy Sunday morning. Amelita. Amelita, I live in America. Yeah, I do. I live in America. All right, so let us continue. We are on to chapter 30. We are on to chapter 30 of the Genesis. So roll on up, people. You can read with me or you can listen. Yeah. Chapter 30 says, and when Rachel saw that she bare Jacob no children, Rachel envied her sister. Amelita is in the Philippines. Okay. I love my Filipino friends. It's now 5:23 in the afternoon for you, right? In Sunday afternoon. But anyway. And when Rachel saw that she could bear Jacob no children, Rachel envied her sister, and she said to Jacob, give me children, or else I die. What is it? Breed me, Jacob, breed me. What? Who just said that? You all are so wrong. Danny, these people are not easy. This was Rachel's song, breed me, Jacob, breed me. Like, you people are so wrong. I can't with y'all. But anyway, I guess that's what she was saying. That's what she was saying to her husband. And Jacob's anger was kindled against Rachel, and he said, am I God who hath withheld thee the fruit of your womb? Yeah, Jacob said, where you tell me if you breed for me, a God? Me do everything. Me turn you this way, me turn you that way, me do everything for breed, and you still not breed. Me and a God. I can't do what is not being done by the Creator. Yeah. He was mad. And she said, behold, my maid Bilhah going unto her, and she shall bear upon her knees, that I may also have children by her. So you see that this pattern, do you all see that this was a pattern of behavior from the women of that society? If you cannot bear your husband, if you cannot bear children for your husband, then it was okay for you to have your servant to bear the children for your husband, and you call the children yours. So here, Rachel was not able to get pregnant, and she had begged her husband to get her pregnant, and it was just not happening. So now she says to her husband, go ahead and take Bilhah. Take Bilhah, my maid. Impregnate her so that she may have children for me. You remember that was the same thing with Rebecca? With Sarah? Remember that was the same thing with Sarah? Yes, that was the same thing with Sarah, Danny. Sarah couldn't have children, and she asked Abraham to go in unto the servant to get the baby. Superstar woman, what's up? To get the baby for her. And it's the same thing now with Rachel asking Jacob to go into the servant to have children for her. Let us continue. And she gave him Bilhah, her handmaid. And Jacob, Jacob asking no question. Jacob going right on in. And Jacob went in, and Bilhah conceived and bare Jacob a son. And Rachel said, God hath judged me, and hath also heard my voice, and hath given me a son. Therefore she called his name Dan. So this was considered a blessing from God. Even though this behavior usually leads to conflict, it was still considered to be a blessing from God. Because remember, it was the same thing that caused the conflict in Abraham's house between his wife and Ishmael's mom. And now here it is again. It's another conflict, but they're still praising God for it. Let us continue. Verse 7 says, And Bilhah, Rachel's maid, conceived again, and bare Jacob a second son. And Rachel said, With great wrestlings have I wrestled with my sister, and I have prevailed. And she called his name Naphtali. When Leah saw that she had left bearing, she took Zilpah her maid and gave her to Jacob for wife. So you see all of this conflict that's going on, all of this backbiting when them hating each other. Rachel and her sister Leah are at odds with each other. They are using Brown Day man, what's up? They are using their maids, and Jacob just sit down and relax and enjoy all four women. He just sitting there relaxing and enjoying himself like nothing is happening. Him just a breathe them left and right. Cause him not care. Him not care that they are fighting. It's the same way it is even today. You will find a man who is having the time of his life. He is living his life. And it's the women around him who are kept fighting. They are fussing with each other about who he loves the most and who he wants the most, and this one is going to go get pregnant by him because something tells her that by getting pregnant by him, she is going to be loved even more. You know, since a long time this warped mentality has been going around. Yeah. And the man just long that they are relaxed. I said, which one am I going to call tonight? Which one am I going to call tonight? That was Jacob. Let us continue. When Leah saw that she had left bearing, she took Zilpah her maid and gave her to Jacob to wife. Really? And Zilpah, Leah's maid, bare Jacob a son. And Leah said, A troop cometh. And she called his name Gad. That's Gad. And Zilpah, Leah's maid, bare Jacob a second son. And Leah said, Woo, woo, happy am I, for the daughters will call me blessed. And she called his name Asher. And Reuben went into the days of wheat harvest, and found mandrakes in the field, and brought them to his mother. Now Reuben was Leah's first son. Don't forget that. Then Rachel said to Leah, Give me, I pray thee, of thy son's mandrake. So you see now Rachel, she come out try bully Leah to come get the mandrakes that Reuben has brought in. And she said to her, It is a small matter that already taken my husband. And willest thou take away my son's mandrakes also? Leah fight for herself, Leah serious, Leah fight for herself. Leah said, where you come from? I tell me about you want my son's mandrakes that my son has brought. You already take my husband. And now you want to take the two little bird them what my son carry come in. What wrong with you? But Rachel says, therefore he shall lie with thee tonight for thy son's mandrakes. Amelita said, Leah is my daughter. Oh my goodness. Leah is your daughter. All right. Let us continue. Verse 16. And Jacob came out of the field in the evening, and Leah went out to meet him and said, thou must come in unto me tonight, for surely I have hired thee with my son's mandrakes. And he lay with her that night. So you see what was going on. Because of all the fussing between Leah and Rachel, Leah thought that, Leah had the kids. Her maid had kids by Jacob. Rachel's maid had also had kids by Jacob. And Leah just thought, well, you know what? I don't think I'm able to have kids anymore. But then when the whole mandrake argument comes up, Rachel is going to use it against Leah and say, listen, if you give me your son mandrakes, if you give me your son's mandrakes today, I will make my husband come in to you tonight. What kind of bargain is that? But that's what happened according to the Bible. So Leah, having heard that, she runs out to meet Jacob when he was coming in from the field. And she said, me hire you tonight. I have hired you because my son had to give Rachel the mandrakes. And the agreement is that she gets the mandrakes and I get you tonight. So he went in with her that night. And God hearkened unto Leah. Leah was begging to continue to have children, So now they say, the Lord hearkened unto Leah, and she conceived, and she bare Jacob a fifth son. And Leah said, God hath given me my hire, because I have given my maiden to my husband. And she called his name Issachar. And Leah conceived again, she bare Jacob a sixth son. And Leah said, God hath endued me with a good dowry. Now will my husband dwell with me, because I have borne him 6 sons. And she called that son's name Zebulun. Peugeot, what's that? And afterwards she bare a daughter, and she named that daughter Dinah. And God remembered Rachel. So God did forget Rachel. But anywho, it says, now God remembered Rachel. God hearkened to her, and now opened her womb. Why God did deliberately lock up Rachel's womb again? Just because she was loved and everybody liked her, everybody thought she was beautiful? Well, God would not be so vengeful, right? God would not do such a thing. But he did. But he did. It said that he loved Leah, he blessed Leah, because everybody hated Leah. And he opened up Leah's womb, but he closed Rachel's. Why would he do that? Now he says that he remembers Rachel. Now it's just like an afterthought, like, oh damn, I remember Rachel now. Oh damn, maybe she does want to have a child. So he opens Rachel's womb, and she conceived, and she bare a son. And she said, God hath taken away my reproach. Now, what was her reproach? What did she do wrong for God to avenge her in that manner? All she was beautiful. And she didn't make herself that way. So does this even make any sense? She was beautiful. She didn't make herself that way. And all the people loved her. Leah, on the other hand, not that Leah wasn't beautiful, but Leah had the cross eyes, and, that would probably make her the butt of the jokes and stuff like that. And for that, God was sympathetic towards Leah to open Leah's womb to have her have the children, but close Rachel's womb because Rachel was beautiful. And she had no control over the beauty that was bestowed upon her. And now the Bible is going to say that no, God remembered Rachel. And he opened Rachel's wound and have her to bear a child. And now Rachel is seeing it as, oh, when was having a child, I must have been cursed. Your beauty cannot have been a curse. But let us continue. And she called his name Joseph. And the Lord shall add to me another son. And it came to pass, when Rachel had borne Joseph, that Jacob said unto Laban, send me away, that I may go back to my own country. Give me my wives and my children, for whom I have served thee, and let me go, for thou knowest my service which I have done for thee. Now remember, Jacob have to ask Laban to give him his people, because all these children that were born in Laban's house belonged to Laban. So now Jacob is asking his uncle Laban, yeah, woman, me there here, I have my wife them, I'm a concubine them, I'm a pitney them, my animal them, my servants them. Yeah, man, just let me go home now, man. Let me go back home to my people. And Laban said unto him, I pray thee, if I have found favor in thine eyes, stay. Okay, so here Laban I try bargain with his nephew Jacob. He said, listen, if you like me, if I've treated you well, just stay. For I have learned by experience that the Lord hath blessed me for your sake. Yes, so Laban is actually saying, like, you know what, Jacob, you see, since you have been here, I believe that all the blessings that I have experienced since you came here, I believe it is from God on your behalf. But Jacob not hearing it. And he said, appoint me your wages and I will give it. He said, tell me how much me owe you. Tell me how much I owe you, Jacob, and I will pay you. And you find favor in me, you stay. And he said unto him, thou knowest how I have served thee, and how thy cattle was with me. For it was little which thou hast before I came, and it is now increased into a multitude. And the Lord hath blessed thee since my coming. And now, when shall I provide for my own house also? So here we find Jacob. Jacob wants to now establish his own little kingdom. He has the people to do it. He has his wives, he has Leah, he has Rachel, he has Zilpah, he has Bilhah. He has the children that they have born him. Yeah. So he is building his own little kingdom. He has his animals and everything. He wants to go about his business now. Let him go set up his own kingdom. So he's asking his uncle's permission to go set up his own kingdom. And he's reminding his uncle that before I came, you never did have much, It's since I came here that you now have this multitude of animals and servants, etc., etc. Thank you, Amelita. And he said, what shall I give thee? And Jacob said, thou shalt not give me anything. If thou wilt do this thing for me, I will again feed and keep your flock. I will pass through all your flock today, removing from them all the speckled and spotted cattle, and all the brown cattle among the sheep, and the spotted and the speckled among the goats, and of which shall be my hire. So shall my righteousness answer for me in time to come, when it shall come for my hire before thy face. Every one that is not speckled and spotted among the goats, and brown among the sheep, that shall be counted stolen with me. All right, Martin, if you listen to the rest of the story there now, listen to it as I read. And Laban said, behold, I would it might be according to thy word. So Jacob asking Laban, if he can go through the animals and divide them, separate them some way, somehow. And Laban said, well, anything you say, anything you want to do, go ahead and do it. And he removed that day the he goats that were ring-staked and spotted, and all the she goats that were speckled and spotted, and everyone that had some white in it, and all the brown among the sheep, and gave them into the hand of his sons. So, yo, Amelita, listen, I'm just saying, just like it is written here, my love. Yeah. So now Jacob has separated the animals. Them ring stick go to the big horn that do like this. Yeah, them those are big and strong. Those are like some pedigree goats. So he's separating them, he's handing them into the hands of his sons. So then can go hide them from the rest of the flock. And he said 3 days journey betwixt himself and Jacob. And Jacob fed the rest of Laban's flock. So you see what Jacob did? Jacob handed all those big, strong animals to his sons and sent his sons on the way back to his country with those animals. And then he stayed behind with the weak and feeble animals. And Jacob took him rods of green poplar and of the hazel and chestnut tree, and piled white stakes in them, and made the white appear which was in the rods. You see, a tricky uncle here, say no. You tell us that Jacob is all crook, the same way he did with his brother. See what he's doing here with his uncle. He took out the stronger animals. He sent his son on their way with those strong animals. And now he's doing some kind of husbandry of sorts with the remaining animals. And he set the rods which he had pulled before the flocks in the gutters, in the watering troughs, when the flocks came to drink, that they should conceive when they came to drink. Okay, so you put up those stakes and put the animal's head in it. You know, you put up the stake, you stake their head so their head can't move, and their behind is exposed. So when the other animals come, they would instead of being able to get to the water, they would start copulating. All right. And the flocks conceived before the rods, and brought forth cattle, ring-staked, speckled, and spotted. And Jacob did separate the lambs, and set the faces of the flocks towards the ring-staked, and all the brown in the flock of Laban, and he put his own flock by themselves. And I hear? All right. Put his own flocks by themselves, and put them not with Laban's flock, because now he has the bigger, the stronger, the more pedigreed animals for himself. And he does not want them to mingle with the weak ones that were now Laban's. And it came to pass, whensoever the strong cattle did conceive, that Jacob laid the rods before the eyes of the cattle in the gutters, that they might conceive among the rods. But when the cattle were feeble, he put them not in. So the feeble were for Laban, and the stronger ones were for Jacob. And the man increased exceedingly, and had much cattle, and made men servants, and maid servants, and camels, and asses, etc., etc. It's a nice Bible story. Very nice Bible story. Very nice Bible story. Yeah. This is the kind of story that is supposed to inspire us, right? That is to make us want to be better than we are. It is this kind of story that was written by men, inspired by God, wasn't it? Let us continue. Chapter 31. And he heard the words of Laban's sons, saying, Jacob hath taken away all that was our father's, and of that which was our father's hath he gotten all his glory. And Jacob beheld the countenance of Laban, and behold, it was not towards him as before. So Laban's sons start observing what Jacob was doing. They're like, what happened to all of our father's animals? What happened to all the ring stake and all the animals that were big and strong? Where are they? Jacob already sent them away with his sons. But now the sons start, Laban's sons starting to say, when Jacob came here, Jacob didn't have anything, you know. And look how wealthy he is right now. All from what our father has. That's what has made Jacob so wealthy. So now Laban is showing Jacob bad face. Yeah, he says Laban is not as to him as he was before. So in Jamaica we call it him showing bad face. All right. And the Lord said unto Jacob, return unto the land of your father. You see when the Lord intervened? How the Lord never intervened when Jacob robbed his uncle. But now that he has robbed his uncle, here comes the Lord, saying, return unto the land of your fathers, and to your kindred, and I will be with you. Ain't that something? Return unto your father, to your kindred, to your people, and I will be with you. But he never intervened. He never intervened when Jacob a thief. But anywho, let us continue. Let me want to know this, sir. And Jacob sent and called Rachel and Leah to the field unto his flock, and said unto them, I see your father's face towards me. It is not like it was before, but the God of my father hath been with me. And he know that with all my power I have served your father, and your father hath deceived me, and changed my wages 10 times. But God suffered him not to hurt me. Now Laban is the bad guy. Yeah, Ricky, what's up? Now Laban is the bad guy. If he said this, the speckled shall be thy wages, then all the cattle bear speckled. And if he said thus, the ring staked shall be thy hire, then bear all the cattle ring staked. Corey, what's up? Thus God hath taken away the cattle of your father and given them to me. Now, uno tell me. You see how Jacob is trying to justify his cruelty? You see much have to justify it? Him say your father say to take all the ring stakes and to take all the ring staked, and which other one he said, and the speckled. And God, you hear him say? God has given all of them to him. A thieving them, you know. A deceiving uncle, you know. And he performed some kind of husbandry to make sure that the stronger animals would be his, and the weaker animals would be his uncle's. And now he says, it is God who has given him all of this wealth. You ever see some people coming like some pastors? Like the pastor, you see the pastor them in the church, and they are wealthy beyond measure. They have everything they could need, all because of the people in the church who keep throwing their offering, their tithes and offering. And the pastor stand up on the pulpit and watch the sister who is struggling, watch the widow, watch the fatherless who is struggling, and say, Everything I have was given to me by God. Mhm. Yeah. He stands there and says that everything I have was given to me by God. While he's looking down on the congregation who cannot afford food, who cannot afford to send their kids to school, who cannot afford to pay their bills, and he's up there pumping, being pumptious. Now, this is Jacob. Being all pumptious while being a crook. Claiming that God has given him all of this wealth while he robs his uncle. But let us continue. And it came to pass at the time that the cattle conceived, that I lifted up mine eyes and saw in a dream. And behold, the rams which leapt upon the cattle were ring-staked, speckled, and grizzled. And the angel of God spake unto me in a dream, saying, Jacob, I said, here am I. Now, we see the same thing that goes on even in today's society. AG, a long time I wait for you, you know. You just push me to the side, so you want me to do you. Me man, enough girl ask me if you dealing. Me tell them you have the healing. Anywho, good morning, my love. How are you doing? Oh my goodness. Let us continue, people. Where some coming like Jacob, I read the Bible and I tell lie. Oh, Angie. Good to see you, my love. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday to you, my darling. Let us continue, beautiful people. Let us continue. So now Jacob is saying that he saw some angel in a dream that told him about all this husbandry stuff that he was doing. He saw it all in a dream. An angel came to him and told him, he says, the angels, he lifted up my eyes and see. Wait, let me tell you where it says. And the angel of God spake unto me in a dream, saying, Jacob. And I said, here am I. And he said, lift up now thine eyes, and see all the rams which leap upon the cattle and ring-stake, speckled and grizzled, for I have seen all that Laban has done unto thee. So God will help him to avenge Laban. God is helping Jacob to avenge Laban. Instead of coming through and pacifying whatever differences they're having, he's taking sides and helping Jacob. Let us continue. He says, I am God of Bethel. I am the God of Bethel, where thou anointest the pillar, and where thou vowest to vow unto me. Now arise, get thee out from this land, and return unto the land of your kindred. As I said, God tell him, you know. And Rachel and Leah answered and said unto him, is there yet any portion of inheritance for us in our father's house? Are we not counted of him strangers? For he hath sold us, and hath quite devoured also our money. Yeah. So everything that Jacob had worked for or paid to Laban for Leah and Rachel, they want it now. They want it so they can leave. For all the riches which God hath taken from our father, that is ours, and our children. Now then, whatsoever God hath said unto thee, do. This is what they are saying to their husband, Jacob, when him tell them that God said they must leave now and go back to his country. Then Jacob rose up and set his sons and his wives upon camels, and he carried away all his cattle and all his goods which he had gotten. the cattle of his getting, which he had gotten in Padanaram, for to go to Isaac his father back to the land of Canaan. And Laban went to share his sheep, and Rachel had stolen the images that were her father's. And Jacob stole away unawares to Laban the Syrian, in that he told him not that he had fled. So here Jacob is deceiving Laban. Him not tell Laban he's leaving. He's gathering up the animals. He's sending them ahead with his sons. He's gathering up his wives and his children and his maid and his everything. He's gathering up. And he's Laban gone to share sheep. And Jacob is stealing away. And Rachel go and steal her father's images. So he fled with all that he had, and he rose up and passed over the river and set his face towards Mount Gilead. He's on his way back to Canaan. And it was told to Laban on the third day, so 3 days after Jacob had left, they told Laban what had happened. And he took his brethren with him, and he pursued after him for 7 days' journey. And they overtook him in Mount Gilead. And God came to Laban the Syrian in a dream by night, and said unto him, Take heed that thou speak not to Jacob, neither good nor bad. So this Bible God, he encouraged Jacob in a dream to rob his uncle. And then he'll go back to his uncle, to Laban, in a dream to threaten him not to harm Jacob. Yeah, G. Let us continue. Then Laban overtook Jacob. Now Jacob had pitched his tent in the mountain, and Laban with his brethren pitched in the mountain of Gilead. And Laban said to Jacob, What hast thou done, that thou hast stolen away unawares to me, and carried away my daughters as captives taken with the sword? Wherefore didst thou flee away secretly, and steal away from me, and didst not tell me, that I might have sent thee away with myrrh, and with songs, with timbrels, and with harp, and hast not suffered me to kiss my sons and my daughters? Thou hast now done foolishly in so doing. So Laban is upset, as would any father. You are going back to your country. The wives you have, they are my daughters. The children you have, they are my grandchildren. You are just stealing away. You have not told me you were leaving, so I could have a little party and celebrate and have the people come and give you best wishes and give you, gifts and victuals, whatever the case may be. It makes me suspicious as to why you wanted to leave in secrecy. Fair enough. It is in the power of my hand to do you hurt. Now that's what Laban says to Jacob. It is in the power of my hand to do you hurt. But the God of your father spake unto me last night, saying, Take thou heed that thou speak not Jacob neither good nor bad. And now, though thou wouldest needs be gone, because thou sore longest after thy father's house, yet wherefore hast thou stolen my gods? And Jacob answered and said to Laban, Because I was afraid. For I said, Peradventure thou wouldest take by force your daughters from me. So Jacob has an excuse as to why he was sneaking away. He said, I'm afraid. You probably was going to not let me go with your daughters. You're probably going to want to keep them and send me back by myself. So that's why I was sneaking away. With whomsoever thou findest your gods. Now, this is Jacob talking to Laban. Laban is accusing him of taking away his gods, his little godly images. And Jacob says to him, Whoever you find with your God, You let them not live. Before our brethren discern thou what is thine with me, and take it to thee. For Jacob knew not that Rachel had stolen the gods. And Laban went into Jacob's tent, and into Leah's tent, and into the two maidservants' tents, but he did not find them. Then he went out of Leah's tent and entered into Rachel's tent. Now Rachel had taken the images, and she had put them in the furniture that is on the camel. So, you know how they pad up the camel to ride on the camel. So that's where Rachel had hidden these images. Now Rachel had taken the images and put them in the camel's furniture and sat upon them. And Laban searched all the tent, and he searched, but he could not find them. And she said to her father, let it not displease my lord, that I cannot rise up before thee, for the custom of women is upon me. And he searched, but he found them not. So Rachel was sitting on the gods, on her father's images. And when her father asked her, get up and let me see what you are sitting on, what is under there, she said, Father, me can't get up, because me have my period. I'm having my period, so I'm not able to get up. And her father said, okay, my child. And he kept searching, but he did not find the little images. And Jacob was angry. And he was angry with Laban. And Jacob answered and said to Laban, what is my trespass? What is my sin, that thou hast so hotly pursued me? Whereas thou hast searched all my stuff. What hast thou found in all thy household stuff? Set it here before my brethren and thy brethren, that they may judge betwixt me and thee. Ajdavais, what's up? Good morning, my love. How are you doing? This 20 years have I been with thee. Thy ewes and thy she-goats have not cast their young, and the rams of thy flock have I not eaten. That which was torn of beasts I brought not unto thee. I bear the loss of it. Of my hand didst thou require it, whether stolen by day or stolen by night. Thus I was in the day, the drought consumed me, and the frost by night, and my sleep departs from mine eyes. Thus have I been 20 years in your house. I served you 14 years for your two daughters, and 6 years for your cattle, and thou hast changed my wages 10 times. Except the God of my father, the God of Abraham, and the fear of Isaac have been with me, surely thou hast sent me away now empty. God hath seen mine affliction and the labor of my hands, and rebuked thee yesternight. So, see, Jacob is kind of defending himself. Jacob is saying to his brother Laban, listen, what me do you make you have to pursue me so hotly? You bring all your men to come after me, and here you are searching up my things, accusing me of having taken stuff from you. Consider it. All these things that I have here, I've worked hard for. Remember, I worked for you for 14 years. You gave me your two daughters. I worked for you another 6 years. Did you expect me to leave with nothing? You didn't expect me to leave with nothing. But it seemed like that was your whole intention, and that is why, my God, you notice all the people in the Bible, how they claim God to be theirs? You see what I mean, Danny? He's saying, now, my God is the one who came to you to tell you not to touch me. I am protected. Let us continue. And Laban answered and said unto Jacob, these daughters are my daughters, and these children are also my children, and these cattle are also my cattle, and all that thou seest is mine. And what can I do this day unto these my daughters? or unto their children, which they have borne. Now therefore, come thou, let us make a covenant, me and you, and let it be for a witness between me and you. And Jacob took a stone, and he set it up for a pillar. And Jacob said unto his brethren, gather stones. And they took stones, and made a heap, and they did eat there upon the heap. And Laban called that place Jagar Sahardutha, but Jacob called it Gilead. And Laban said, this heap is a witness between me and thee this day. Therefore was the name of it called Gilead. And Mizpah, for he said, the Lord watch between me and thee when we are absent one from another. If thou shalt afflict my daughters, or if thou shalt take other wives beside my daughters, no man is with us. See, God is witness between me and thee. So you all see that covenant that Jacob made with Laban, that he must not take any other wives. Did you all notice that? That is the covenant that Laban is making with his nephew Jacob. Say, don't take no other wife but my daughters. He already has the 2 daughters and have the 2 maids. And Laban said, if you shalt afflict my daughters, or if thou shalt take other wives besides my daughters, no man is with us. See, God is witness betwixt me and thee. And Laban said to Jacob, behold this heap, and behold this pillar, which I have cast betwixt me and thee. This heap be witness, and this pillar be witness, that I will not pass over this heap to thee, and that thou shalt not pass over this heap and this pillar unto me for harm. So here, they build up a heap of stone. Imagine it. They build up a heap of stone, and Laban call it one thing, Jacob called it one thing. Then they agreed that it was going to be called Gilead right here, so, and they were going to eat here, and this is where they were going to establish peace between them. And Jacob on that side shall not come over on this side to pursue Laban, to harm Laban. And Laban will do the same. He will not try to pursue or to harm Jacob. The God of Abraham and the God of Nahor and the God of their father judge betwixt us. And Jacob sware by the fear of his father Isaac. Then Jacob offered sacrifice unto the mount, and called his brethren to eat bread. And they did eat bread, and tarried all night in the mountain. And early in the morning Laban rose up, and kissed his sons and his daughters, and blessed them. And Laban departed, and returned unto his place. Now, like somebody keep asking in the chat, so how is this story supposed to, what is the value of this story, of these stories that we are reading? What's the value of this story to my life, to your life? What purpose does this story serve? Can somebody in the chat help me out here? Can somebody help me out? Yeah, what purpose does this story serve? What am I supposed to take from this story? And those of you who like to come at me and say, oh, the Bible is written by men inspired by God. My question is, how am I supposed to be inspired by this quote-unquote inspirational story? Because here is Jacob, the crook in the story, but also the one that God is defending. Am I supposed to be inspired that I can deceive people, I can be unkind, I can be cruel, but God will still somehow defend me against the people to whom I have been unkind? Is that the inspiration I'm supposed to get from this? Well, I don't know. I'm just asking. But let us continue. It is Sunday morning. We are going to go all the way to around 7 o'clock. So we have a few more minutes. Be honest with your intentions. That's what I get. Danny, you are right. Be honest with your intentions. But in the Bible here, according to the Bible, Jacob, God is defending Jacob, but Jacob has not been honest with his intentions. But he's the one who's getting defended. He's the one whose defense God is coming to. And I don't see where God is even saying to him, what he's doing, what he has done is not right. He should do things the right way. I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing him getting defended. You said that's why you confused. You're not alone. You're not alone. Yeah. Because should it be that God defends the person who has been scammed or defends the scammer? Right here in the Bible, he's defending the scammer. And he's threatening the scammed. Because here Jacob done rob his uncle. And now he's saying that in his dream, God came and God told him this, God told him that. And Laban is going to say in his dream, he saw God told him, don't do anything bad to Jacob. Even though he has been so wronged by Jacob. It is the Bible for y'all. But let us continue, lovely people. Let us continue. Verse 32, and Jacob went on his way, and the angels of God met him. And when Jacob saw them, he said, this is God's host. And he called the name of that place Mahanaim. And Jacob sent messengers before him to his brother Esau to the land of Canaan. Jacob sent messengers before him to Esau his brother unto the land of Seir in the country of Edom. Now by this time his brother Esau is now about 20 years would have passed since Jacob went to Padan Aram, and now he's going back to Canaan. But his brother Esau, having been so angry at what Jacob had done to him, he married into the tribes that his parents disliked, and he has gone over to Edom, and that's where he is reigning over there. And now Jacob is sending messages to him to see if his brother is still angry, if his brother is still wanting to destroy him. So let us continue. And Jacob sent messengers before him to Esau his brother unto the land of Seir, the country of Edom. And he commanded them, saying, thus shall he speak unto my brother, thy servant Jacob has said, I have sojourned with Laban and stayed there until now. And I have lots of oxen and asses and flocks and men servants and women servants. And I have sent to tell you, my Lord, that I may find grace in your sight. So here he is. He's telling the servants to tell his brother that, I was with Laban all this time and I acquire all this wealth, and now I am coming back. I am hoping that you are no longer angry at me. You'll give me safe passage to come back here and reestablish myself. And the messengers returned to Jacob, saying, we came to your brother Esau, and also he came to meet you with 400 men. Then Jacob was greatly afraid and distressed. Of course you have to be afraid, because if you don't deal honestly, you're going to be afraid of the people you have wronged. Because you're always going to be worried that these people that you have wronged are going to revenge you. That's why he's so worried, because of all that he has done to his brother Esau. Then Jacob was greatly afraid and distressed, and he divided the people that were with him, and the flocks, and the herds, and the camels, into two bands, and said, if Esau come to the one band and smite it, then the other company which he left shall escape. So now he is working out a strategy as to how he shall escape the wrath of his brother. So he divides up all his animals and the people that were with him into two groups. He said, well, if Esau and his 400 men should smite this group and they die, then the other group will escape. And Jacob said, O God of my father Abraham, and God of my father Isaac, the Lord which said unto me, return unto your country and to your kindred, and I will deal well with thee. I am not worthy of the least of all the mercies and of all the truth which thou hast showed unto thy servant. For with my staff I passed over this Jordan, and now I am become two bands. Deliver me, I pray thee, from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau, for I am afraid of him, lest he will come and smite me, and the mother with the children. And thou saidst, I will surely do thee good, and make thy seed as the sand of the sea, which cannot be numbered for multitude. And he lodged there that same night, and took of that which came to his hand a present for Esau his brother. 200 she goats. All right, so now he's thinking of giving Esau gifts so as to abate the anger that he presumes Esau still has towards him. Because remember, he robbed Esau twice before fleeing, before his parents arranged to send him to Padan Aram. All right. So now he's giving Esau, he has 200 she goats and 20 he goats, 200 ewes and 20 rams, 30 milch camels with their colts, 40 kine and 10 bulls, 20 she asses and 10 foals. And he delivered them into the hand of his servants. Every drove by themselves, and said unto his servants, pass over before me, and put a space betwixt drove and drove. And he commanded the foremost, saying, when Esau my brother meets thee, and ask thee, saying, whose art thou? And whither thou goest? And whose are these before thee? Then thou shalt say, they be thy servant Jacob's. It is a present sent unto you, my lord Esau. And behold, also, he is behind us. And so commanded he the second and the third and the fourth group, and all that followed the drove, saying, on this same manner shall he speak unto Esau when you shall see him. And say he moreover, behold, thy servant Jacob is behind us. For he said, I will appease him with the present that goes before me. And afterwards I will see his face. Peradventure he will accept me. So went the present over before him, and himself lodged that night in the company. And he rose up that night and took his 2 wives and his 2 women servants and his 11 sons, and passed over the fort of Jabbok. And he took them and sent them over the brook, and sent over that he had, and Jacob was left alone, and there wrestled a man with him until the breaking of the day. I know people are always asking about this part of the story, that Jacob wrestled with a man the whole night, and people say, oh, it was an angel. Let's read and see who or what that was. Because Jacob took his wives and his handsmaid. Kadoi, my love, what? She says, I have your heart right about it. God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, not the God of Esau. Exactly. There was no God of Esau at all, but the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Anywho, I appreciate you, my love. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming, as always. Let us continue. And when he saw that he prevailed not against him, he touched the hollow of his thigh, and the hollow of Jacob's thigh was out of joint as he wrestled with him. And he said, Let me go, for the day breaks. And he said, I will not let thee go, except thou bless me. So, some people say that this conversation was between Jacob and God. And Jacob said to God, I will not let thee go until you bless me. And he said unto him, because he's just saying he, but it's not giving us any names. We just know that it's Jacob and a man. And he said unto him, What is your name? And he said, Jacob. That means this is whatever it is that's asking Jacob what's his name. And he said, Jacob. And he said, Your name shall be called no more Jacob, but Israel. For as a prince hast thou power with God and with men, and hath prevailed. So that is where the whole story come from when they say Jacob fought with God. Jacob fought with God and prevailed. You know that the story is telling us about God. I don't believe Jacob fight with God and prevail. I don't believe that was God there wrestling, tumbling in the dirt with Jacob. How that sound to you? Yeah, man, enough for answer. How that sound to you? So God come from wherever and come from and come fight with Jacob and wrangle and tangling in the dirt like a pig. And then he said to Jacob, What is your name? So God not even did know Jacob's name? No, let me ask you something. So the same God where Jacob say told him how to thief in uncle animals. The same God didn't know Jacob's name. And Jacob and this God was fighting all night, tumbling in the dirt. Tumbling in the dirt all night. And the God asked him, What is your name? And God asked him, What is your name? And he said, Jacob. And he said, Your name will no longer be called Jacob. No, it will be called Israel. Let me see what God have to say. And to this day is exactly why the Jews do not eat the shank of any meat. Exactly. Them not eat the hollow of the thigh right here, so. Because that's where God did strike Jacob or something of this. Let me tell you, this Bible is funny. Hear me telling you. I don't like when I see people getting all up in their feelings about somebody reading or not reading or believing or not believing in what I am reading here. Yeah, take your heads out of the sand. Let us continue. So now God is changing Jacob's name from Jacob to Israel. And Jacob asked him and said, Tell me, I pray thee, your name. And he said, Wherefore? Is it that thou dost ask after my name? And he blessed him there. And Jacob called the name of the place Peniel. For I have seen God face to face, and my life is preserved. This is what Jacob says. He's calling the name Peniel, the name of that place, because he has seen God face to face, and he has prevailed. And as he passed over Peniel, the sun rose upon him, and he halted upon his thigh. Therefore the children of Israel eat not of the sinews which shank, which is upon the hollow of the thigh, until this day, because he touched the hollow of Jacob's thigh in the sinews that shrunk. Okay, let us continue. We are now on to chapter. Barry, are you that? Bless up a nice clean self. How you doing? All right, so we're moving on to chapter 33. And Jacob lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, Esau came, and with him were 400 men. And he divided the children unto Leah, and unto Rachel, and unto the two handmaids. And he put the handmaid and their children foremost, and Leah and their children after, and Rachel and Joseph in the very back. And he passed over before them, and he bowed himself to the ground 7 times, until he came near his brother. And Esau ran to meet him, and embraced him, and fell upon his neck, and kissed him, and they wept. And he lifted up his eyes, and saw the women and the children, and said, Who are all these people? And he said, The children which God hath graciously given to me. Then the handmaid came near, they and their children, and they bowed themselves. And Leah also with her children came near and bowed themselves. And afterwards came Joseph near, and Rachel, and they bowed themselves. And he said, What means thou by all this drove which I meet? And he said, Those are to find grace in the sight of you, my Lord. So here Esau is asking Jacob, what's up with all of this showmanship, all of this? You sent the asses different from the cows and the bull. You remember in the previous chapter, he separated the animals and sent his servants with them bit by bit, yes, in different droves ahead to go meet Esau. So now Esau is asking, what the hell? What was that? What was all that performance for? What was all of that? What was all of that for? And Esau said, and Jacob said, It was to find grace in your sight, Esau. And Esau said, I have enough, my brother. Keep that thou hast for thyself. And Jacob said, No, I pray thee, if now I have found grace in your sight, then receive my present at my hand. For therefore I have seen thy face, as though I have seen the face of God, and thou wast pleased with me. Take, I pray thee, my blessing that is brought to thee, because God hath dealt graciously with me, and because I have enough. And he urged him, and he took it. And he said, Let us take our journey, and let us go, and I will go before you. And he said unto him, My Lord knoweth that the children are tender, and the flocks and herds with young are with me. And if men should ever drive them one day, all the flock will die. All right. So God says, so his name has been changed from Jacob, which means Sir Plants heal to Jacob, the one who wrestled with God. Hmm? Hmm? Say that again. So that again, let me miss it. So his name has been changed. Yes, his name has been changed now from Jacob to Israel. Because he's now the one who wrestled with God. Bruce, good morning. Good morning, Anthony. I'm gonna get where that's the record. Me get half of it and not the other half. All right, so let us continue. So now Esau takes these animals and whatever gifts that his brother Jacob has brought to him. In verse 12 of chapter 33 says, "And he said, Let us take our journey, and let us go, and I will go before thee. And he said unto him, My Lord knoweth that the children are tender, and the flocks are herds with young are with me. And if men should overly drive them, then they will all die. Let my Lord, I pray thee, pass over before thy servant, and I will lead on softly, according as the cattle that goes before me, and the children be able to endure until I come unto my Lord unto Seir." So Jacob sort of leading his animals is trying to take care for the animals who are pregnant, or gestating, I should say. Yeah, he's trying to take care of the animals who are gestating so that they are not driven too hard in the broiling sun, because he doesn't want to lose his flock. And Esau said, Let me now leave with thee some of the folk that are with me. And he said, What needs it? Let me find grace in the sight of you, my Lord. So Esau returned that day to his home in Seir, and Jacob journeyed to Succoth and built him a house and made booths for his cattle. Therefore, the name of the place is called Succoth. And Jacob came to Shalem, a city of Shechem, which is in the land of Canaan, when he came from Padanaram, and pitched his tent before the city. And he bought a parcel of land there, where he had spread his tents, at the hand of the children of Amor, Shechem's father, for 100 pieces of money. And he erected there an altar, and called the place El Elohe Israel. All right, so now Jacob is sort of establishing his kingdom. The Lord changed Jacob's name, which meant supplanting, and schema to Israel, which means one who wrestled with God. The Israel changed his name to Israel, which means one who wrestled with God. Oh, okay. I got you now. I got you. People over here who are coming in, when you come in, please deliver on a daily art me, Deliver your daily art me. Y'all not watching for free. You all are not watching the live for free. You are watching the live for free, but you are also benefiting. In order for you to benefit, get little coins, because I want to talk everybody who, whether you host the live or you watch the live, you are eligible to get some coins. So let me help you get some coins off of me this morning. So you're going to send your daily heart me, and then you're going to comment in the chat. Once you do, you are going to touch that little round, what is not round, sort of oval shape white button beside my name, and then it's going to give you some things to claim. When you see claim, you hit them. That means you're claiming some coins for yourself, claiming little perks for yourself from the talk, not from me, but from the talk. Okay? So now go ahead and do it. All right. Let us continue. Chapter 34. And Dinah. Now, this is a story I was talking to you all about earlier, about Dinah. Now, remember, Dinah was the only daughter of Jacob. Jacob had 12 sons and one daughter. His daughter was Dinah. Now in chapter 34, and Dinah, the daughter of Leah, which she bare unto Jacob, went out to see the daughters of the land. Now they are in the land of Shechem. She's going out. Yeah, they are in the city of Shechem. And Leah decides that she's gonna go meet the women who live there, to make friends, because she's in a house with all boys. So she wants some little girlfriends. So Dinah, the daughter of Leah, which she bare unto Jacob, went out to see the daughters of the land. And when Shechem, the son of Hamor the Hivite, prince of the country, saw her, he took her, and he laid with her, and he defiled her. And his soul clave unto Dinah, the daughter of Jacob, and he loved the damsel, and he spake kindly unto the damsel. And Shechem spake unto his father Hamor, saying, get me this damsel to be my wife. And Jacob heard that he had defiled Dinah his daughter. Now his sons were with his cattle in the field, and Jacob held his peace until they came home. And Hamor, the father of Shechem, went out unto Jacob to commune with him. And the sons of Jacob came out of the field when they heard it, and the men were grieved, they were angry, and they were very, very, very angry, because he had wrought folly on Israel in lying with Jacob's daughter, which thing ought not to be done. So Shechem, he had no business taking advantage of Dinah, because remember, those people took their dowry very, very seriously. You don't get their women unless you are paying. So imagine the audacity of Shechem to take Dinah and have already defiled her before he could pay dowry to her family. Imagine that. And Hamor communed with them, saying, the soul of my son Shechem longs for your daughter. I pray you give her to him to wife, and make he marriages with us, and give your daughters unto us, and take our daughters unto you. So here is Hamor trying to have a little bargain with Jacob. He's saying, you know what? I know my son Shechem, he has fallen in love with your daughter Dinah. He would like to have, but remember, they are different tribes now. They are not mixing. They are not mixing. And him having taken her without paying dowry, that's another God forgive a sin. Unforgiven sin, I should say. But here is Hamor trying to smooth over the anger. He's saying, you know what? Give me that daughter for my son Shechem. You can also give me other women of yours for the men in my city. And you can also, if the men in your tribe also wants other women, they can always have women out of my city. This was the compromise that the king Hamor offered to Jacob. And he shall dwell with us, and the land shall be before you. Dwell and trade here, and get your possessions here. And Shechem said unto his father and unto her brethren, let me find grace in your eyes, and what he shall say unto me I will give. Ask me never so much dowry and gift, and I will give according as he shall say unto me, but give me the damsel for my wife. So here Shechem was really at their mercy. Shechem, Winsome, how you doing, sugar? Yes, so here Shechem is presenting himself at their mercy, and he's saying, ask me for any amount of dowry you want. Ask me for anything. I will make sure I give it unto you, because I really want this damsel to be my wife. And the sons of Jacob answered Shechem and Hamor his father deceitfully. Answered him deceitfully and said, because he had defiled Dinah their sister. And they said unto him, we cannot do this thing, to give our sister to one that is uncircumcised, for that were a reproach unto us. But in this will we consent unto you, if you will be as we be, that every male of your city be circumcised, then will we give our daughters unto you, and we will take your daughters unto us, and we will dwell with you, and we will become one people. But if we will not hearken, you will not hearken unto us to be circumcised, then will we take our daughter, and we will be gone. You see the big lie? You know the big lie that they're telling? We are at Genesis 34, love bug. You know, see the big lie that they're telling? Jacob's sons. Jacob and his sons are telling King Amor that they needed to be circumcised like they are, and if they are circumcised like them, then they could all live together happily, trading individuals. So Jacob's women could marry Shechem's women, and Shechem's women or men could marry, so they could intermarry and just start dwelling together. But if he will not hearken unto us to be circumcised, then will we take our daughters, and we will be gone. And their words pleased Amor, and Shechem, Amor's son. So they saw it as a good deal. And the young man deferred not to do the thing, because he had delight in Jacob's daughter, and he was more honorable than all house of his father. And Amor and Shechem his son came unto the gate of their city, and communed with the men of their city, saying, these men are peaceable men with us. Therefore let them dwell in our land, and trade here. For the land, behold, it is large enough for them and us. Let us take their daughters to us for wives, and let us give them our daughters for wives. Only herein will be the men consent unto us to dwell with us, is for one people, if every male among us be circumcised, just like they are circumcised. Ricky, what's up? Dion, what's up? Shall not their cattle and their substance and every beast of theirs be ours? Only let us consent unto them, and they will dwell with us. So this is what King Amor is presenting to his people, to say, listen, this group of people who have turned up on our shores, using the word shore figuratively there. Yes, this group of people who has turned up here, we could like integrate them into our society, because they have lots of animals. We could put all the animals together. We could share. They could have our women for wives. We could have their women for wives, whatever the case may be. And we could all just live happily ever after. This is what he presented to his people. Verse 22, only herein will the men consent unto us. Yes, but he's telling his men that this is what the consent will be. For all of this that I've told you was going to happen, for all of this to happen, all you men need to be circumcised, just like those men are circumcised. So when we join together, we will all be one. We'll under the same circumcised covenant. Let us continue. He says, shall not their cattle and their substance be ours? Only let us consent unto them, and they will dwell with us. And unto Amor and unto Shechem his son hearkened all that went out of the gate of his city, and every male was circumcised, all that went out of the gate of his city. And it came to pass, on the third day when they were all sore with two of the sons of Jacob, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brothers, took each man his sword and came upon the city boldly and slew all the men. That is the story I was talking about earlier when I started the live. How the deceit. Now they have deceived this whole city. And here Simeon and Levi were able to go in. And slew all the men, because after the men were circumcised, they were in pain, they were in bed, taking care of their new wound. And then here comes Simeon and Levi to unalive them. They had them at their most vulnerable stage. And they slew Amor and Shechem his son with the edge of the sword, and took Dinah out of Shechem's house and went out. The sons of Jacob came upon the slain and spoiled the city, because they had defiled their sister. They took their sheep and their oxen and their asses, and that which was in the city, and that which was in the field, and all their wealth, and all their little ones, and their wives took they captive, and spoiled even all that was in the house. So y'all see that? So Jacob's sons, not only did they slay the men of the city, they took everything that was of value. But the thing is, Dinah still got screwed. So you see that this is just pure wickedness. Pure wickedness, because Dinah still got screwed and Shechem had her already in the house. Why couldn't they just have him give them Dory? He said, I'll give you all anything you all ask for. Anything you want, I'll give to you. But the ultimate thing I need is your sister, because this is how much I love her. And they turn around and they tricked the man. And now they have slain everybody. They have slain everybody in the city, all the men, and they have taken the women and the children and all the cattle and everything that was of value for themselves. Their intentions were never good from the beginning. And Jacob said to Simeon and Levi, you have troubled me to make me to stink among the inhabitants of the land, among the Canaanites and the Perizzites, and I being few in number, they shall gather themselves together against me and slay me, and I shall be destroyed, I and my house. And they said, should he deal with our sister as though she's a harlot? So Jacob was mad with his sons Levi and Simeon. He was upset, like, look what I do. You go in the house, you go in the people them city, and unalive the people them. And unalive the people them, unalive all the men in the city. Now, when the other people round about hear of this, they are going to set upon me. They are going to try to destroy me. No, you all are making me now live in fear of my life and the lives of my children, who had nothing to do with what you have done. But Jacob not innocent. Jacob not innocent, because Jacob knew that circumcision story was a lie. Because remember in the other chapter, it said they answered deceitfully. Jacob knew that they were up to no good. Maybe he didn't know that they were going to unalive everybody. Maybe he didn't know that. But he knew that the circumcision story was nonsense. But let us continue. We are on to 35. Chapter 35. Those of you who just come in, welcome. Thank you all so much for coming. I sincerely appreciate all of you. I appreciate y'all. Yeah, I'm glad to see you know I listen because the Bible says so on me. So don't blame me. Blame anything on the ear. I blame it on the Bible. It's not my saying. We're gonna move on to chapter 35. I think we're gonna read chapter 35 and 36 for this morning. Yeah. And God said unto Jacob, Arise, go up to Bethel. He going back to Bethel? Arise and go up to Bethel and dwell there, and make there an altar unto God that appeared unto thee when thou fleest from the face of Esau thy brother. And Jacob said unto his household, and to all that were with him, Put away the strange gods that are among you, and be clean, and change your garments. And let us arise and go up to Bethel, and I will make there an altar unto God, who answered me in the day of my distress, and was with me in the way which I went. And they gave unto Jacob all these strange gods which were in their hands, and all their earrings which were in their ears. And Jacob hid them under the oak tree, which was by Shechem. And they journeyed, and the terror of God was upon the cities that were round about them, and they did not pursue after the sons of Jacob. So the people were angry at what Jacob's sons had done to the city of Shechem, but they did not pursue him. They did not go after him for whatever reason. So Jacob came to Luz, which is in the land of Canaan, that is Bethel, he and all the children and the people that were with him. And he built there an altar and called the place El Bethel, because there God appeared unto him when he fled from the face of his brother. So that was the place that he went back where he said God had appeared to him, where they were fighting and touching the sinews of his hip. And that's all right. Okay. But Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, died, and she was buried beneath Bethel under an oak tree, and the name of it was called Alon Baktoth. What is called? Alon Bakuth. Let us continue. And God appeared unto Jacob again when he came out of Padan Aram and blessed him. And God said unto him, Your name is Jacob. Your name shall not be called any more Jacob, but Israel shall be your name. And he called him Israel. And God said unto him, I am God Almighty. Be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations shall be of thee, and kings shall come out of your loins. And the land which I gave Abraham and Isaac, to thee I will give it, and to thy seed after thee shall I give this land. And God went up from him in the place where he talked with him. And Jacob set up a pillar in the place where he talked with him, even a pillar of stone, and he poured a drink offering on it, and he poured oil on it. And Jacob called the name of the place where God spake with him, Bethel. And they journeyed from Bethel, and there was but a little way to come to Ephrath. And Rachel travailed, and she had been in hard labor. So Rachel was pregnant again at this point. She was in labor. And it came to pass, when she was in hard labor, that the midwives said unto her, Fear not, thou shalt have this son also. And it came to pass, as her soul was in departing, that she called his name Benoni, but his father called him Benjamin. And Rachel died. So Rachel are the first person in the Bible we have who died childbirth. And Rachel died and was buried in the way of Ephrath, which is Bethlehem. Oh, it's raining. And Jacob set a pillar upon her grave. That is the pillar of Rachel's grave until this day. Who knows the pillar of Rachel's grave until this day? And Israel journeyed and spread his tent beyond the Tower of Edar. And it came to pass, when Israel dwelt in that land, that Reuben went and lay with Bilhah. Want to hear that? Denzel, what's up? Reuben. Remember Reuben was the firstborn? Reuben was the firstborn between Leah and Jacob. And Reuben went and laid with Bilhah, his father's concubine, and Israel heard about it. Now the sons of Jacob were 12. The sons of Leah, Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun. The sons of Rachel were Joseph and Benjamin. The sons of Bilhah, Rachel's handmaid, were Dan and Naphtali. And the sons of Zilpah, Leah's handmaid, Gad and Asher. These are the sons of Jacob, which were born to him in Padan Aram. And Jacob came unto Isaac his father unto Mamre, unto the city of Arba, which is Hebron, where Abraham and Isaac sojourned. And the days of Isaac were 180 years. And Isaac gave up the ghost and died, and was gathered unto his people, being old and full of days, and his sons Esau and Jacob buried him. So even though Isaac was old and blind and was worried that he was close to death, when Jacob deceived Esau, he still lived many years later, because Jacob spent 20 years in Padan Aram with his uncle Laban. Excuse me. And Isaac was still alive, because here he has come back in time to bury his father. Now, what time of day now? Okay, 7 o'clock. Now, these are the generations of Esau. All right, so we're gonna let's see. All right, so now they want to tell us about the generation of Esau. Y'all probably gonna have to read that yourselves, because Esau is now Edom. The country of Edom is now where Esau is populating. You know, Esau has been married and having all his children and all. Go on for boss, what's up? Mr. Go on for boss, me come over for your life, but me couldn't join, me couldn't help, me couldn't contribute to the conversation. You know, you know how things good. Yeah, me couldn't contribute to the conversation. Cause them a talk about like them singer there. Why singer them name or they have beef? But me don't know nothing about them. So I was so lost. I was so lost. I'm like, maybe I should give up this spot to somebody else who can contribute meaningfully to the conversation. But one love, my brother, every time. You have my support all the time. Right, Barry? Okay. So yes, so Esau, later on when we read about the children, the people of Edom, please bear in mind that these people of Edom are the descendants of Esau. And when we are going to read about how these people are always at odds with the people of Judah, of Jerusalem. Yes, we're going to read about how they're always at odds. And that is massacre. Yes. Yes, God for boss. I'm like, Who name Masika? Who name Tamili? Me don't know what them talk about. Me can't contribute to this conversation because I don't have a clue. I don't have a clue what is going on. I was so lost. But anyhow, yes, people. So when we read in future stories about Edom, about Edom and Judah, the people of Edom and the people of Jerusalem being at odds, fussing and fighting and not liking each other and wanting only the worst for each other, it is like Jacob and Esau fighting again, because the descendants of the people of Judah are the descendants of Jacob, and the people of Edom are the descendants of Esau. And you all know how family rifts go. They go generations. They go through generations, because Auntie Miracle never did talk to Auntie Phyllis from 1930, and Auntie Miracle pitney them. Still don't talk to Auntie Phyllis pitney them, and Auntie Miracle grandchildren and great-grandchildren don't talk to Auntie Phyllis. And so the whole family rift just continue forever and ever. That's the same thing with Esau and Jacob, because the descendants of Esau are well aware of what Jacob did to him. So they have that hatred in them for Jacob's descendants. And the descendants of Jacob, they have their own version of hatred for the descendants of Esau. So Edom and Judah, that's Jerusalem, are always. And that is why when we were reading, Miss Gates, that is why when we were reading in Jeremiah about the Edomites coming in after the city was destroyed, and the Edomites coming in and pillaging through the ashes and taking like things that were made out of brass and gold and silver, just picking through the rubble basically and taking stuff that were there. That is why in that story it was said that Jeremiah said God was going to destroy them for having come into the city and taken stuff out of the ashes and having laughed, having mocked the people in Jerusalem who were destroyed. Yeah, so that's where that whole animosity is from between the Edomites and Israel. All right, Miss Kids, bless up a nice clean self. How you doing, my love? Good to see you. Happy Sunday. Just somebody to say hello. I'm about to get ready for church. Have a busy day today. Yes, I have a busy day today too. My love, I have a very, very, very busy day. You see me here? Oh, it need for relock. Should I relock it today or should I relock it tomorrow? Wanna tell me? I don't know, because today I have some baking to do. And to relock my hair takes me a long time to relock it. So I have to go rewash it and steam it and all these things. And then look how it grow me thing. Look here. Watch ya. The hair grow like water. Look there. I have new growth. Yeah, me just relock it, but I have new growth. Look there. See there? I still need to be relock. I mean, know so when me relock it today, if me relock it today Sunday, Christmas is not till next week. It are gonna need relocking again. You see how me clip off the ends? You see how me clip off the ends? It a grow like water, may I tell you. The hair growing like crazy. Yeah, I assume say the garlic oil I'm using it, you know. Yeah, it'll make it grow like trouble. Me here say yours pass your knee. I think I'm gonna make mine reach down there, so. This right here, so, is enough for me. Yeah, right here, so, is enough. When I can just grab it up in a one. Yeah, I can just grab it up in a one. And it doesn't have a pull. Because when it's too heavy, it kind of pull out. I mean, want me if it start drop out like at the front ears. I see a lot of people with locks. But right here, so, start drop out because them like keep pulling it back and ears so look kind of thin. I don't want mine to be, yeah, I don't want mine to be like that. So I want it to fall just enough. You get what I mean, people? Yeah, I want it to fall just enough where it is manageable. I don't want it to be long where down where when me do so with it, me head hot me and it too long. So me clip off a couple inches off of it. So now me have to go relock it and redo my little granny them right here. So yeah, and twist and tangle it. Yeah, I have a lot to do with it. Me might do it today or maybe tomorrow, considering say tomorrow I'm gonna go work till in the night. We could have spend the day and redo it tomorrow. I don't know, but we will see. Where's some of my gray people? She said when my gray hair them I cover them up, man. Yeah, I color it with clear all permanente. What mean that's not fair? What mean that's not fair? No, so me leave out the gray hair, them brother. Me not reach there yet. I'm not at that place yet where I'm going to just embrace the grays. Yeah, so I got a Dollar Tree and buy a couple of the clear all, the black one. Anytime I see them start push out, me just color them. And it's permanent color, so it stay nice. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I do. You can do it too. You can do it too, Punchinella, little fellow. You're just sitting right in the front. Them mind me doing the same thing. They be like sitting up there catching an attitude. When I try to hide them, be like flicking out, acting like, ma'am, how dare you? This is where we are going to be. And I was like, no, sir, no, ma'am. We're not. So I covered them up. I would have said, can we chat? Can we chat about what? Sure, we can. Whatever it is you want to say it in the chat. So the viewers can also have an input. Oh, you embrace your grace. Me not reach yesterday. Jackie, what? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? How you doing? Good to see you. I know some people are embracing the grace, but me, not me. Me not reach there yet. I always have somebody talking about, can I get to know you? You don't even have a name. You don't even have a name. Like, what do you want to know? Yeah, you don't even have a name. What a piece of audacity. If audacity was a person, it would be you. Mr. Numbers for your name. Anyway, if I somebody I look, I'm already taken. With some. Oh my gosh, she says my name is Peter. All right. Peter, pumpkin eater. Had a wife and could not keep her. He put her in a pumpkin shell, and there he kept her very well. All right. You know, so Barry's here somewhere. Barry's here somewhere, you know. Yeah, I'm saying look taken. Then how people who are taken look. Peter, the ramp with me. Peter said me don't look taken. How tax win some? Me not look taken to you. Who stopped talking to you? Barry. Barry say you not do your job good, man. Barry say you not do your job good. He may not depend upon you. If you pull the strings for him. It not depend upon you if you pull the strings for him. I said I'm pulling the strings, you bust them. Go on for boss. Go on for boss, you go live later. Mm? Yeah, me think me need to do me here. Me think me need to do me here today. I have two things to do. Me need to bake and me need to do me here. Me don't know which one to do first. You go live later? Alright. Alright, me go watch out for you. Yeah, me go watch out for you. Yeah, me think me for do me ear. Me just feel like me ear need for do. Yeah, now the Christmas season here, me just feel like me ear need for do. See it now? Yeah, it's gonna take me several hours. Maybe rum cake is what we bake at this time of the year. Rum cake is what we bake at this time of the... Vulture, bless up a nice clean self. How you doing, my love? Yeah. How you doing, baby doll? Wait, so my ear look perfect. No, man, you need catching up. Could they? Look there. You know, see how it grows. Look there. See? You see it? You see it? See that? Maybe save some for you. Anytime, my love. Anytime. Just let me know when you want it and where you want it. Yeah. Yeah, I need to redo my hair. So I think I'm going to redo my hair today. See it there? You will want to, man. May I see something for me and you? Where's the Peter? See you like my ear? No, I don't like it so. You need to retwist it again. See it there? Look there, you see how it grows? So I need to retwist it and make it look fresh again. Make it look nice and fresh. Because me usually just make my hair fall down. Yes, I need to twist it so it fall in curls. The curls gone out of it. I know how you like it though, Peter. How me like it. Remember saying your ear not mine. Yeah, so me want my ear to stay how me like it. Me not dress up for man, you know. Me not dress up for people. Me dress up for myself. If you like it, good. But please know that I liked it first. And I like it. Yeah. I'm going to have to start my morning early. It's already raining. So, somebody send me a finger heart. I appreciate it. Go on for boss. Go on for send me one finger. Winsome, don't let your thoughts go astray. Okay? Right, Patrick? Oh, you like me here, Patrick? Yeah. Miss Kids, you're always on my game. You are always on my game. Yeah. You send me a finger. Anywho. Oh, boy. Yes, Patrick, me like it. I like it at this length. Yeah, excuse me. I have to, Peter. I have to. We have to smile. We have to smile. I'd rather be smiling, us chatting junk and laughing, than us being angry at each other and fussing and fighting with each other. I don't like the latter at all. Yeah, I'm rather we get joke and just gill off a pea soup. Yeah, Patrick, the hair is at the right length, the right weight. Yeah. She said length and finger in the same sentence. No sound too right. I may agree. But what you think is wrong could very well be right. Ah, boy. You not take me out of my element now. What can I say? How did this life turn into one vanity show when you are here? Continue. She says, how how did this live turn into one vanity show? I need to continue reading the Bible. Peter, I can always be happy if the people around me contribute to it. But you know, say sometimes I'm not at the right place when when people mess with me. I just the truth. I'm just being real. I'm just human. Yeah. But I don't have to mess with me first. And me I mess with you first. Yeah, when I come over and they mess with me, my mouth just not set the right place sometimes. And it all depends on the mood I'm in. Sometimes I'm in a great mood and I can ignore them. But sometimes I just really want to clap back. So it all depends on how I feel on that particular day. Yeah. But more times than not, I am cool, calm, and collected. And just a jovial person. More times than not. Yeah. Right, God? Yeah. Tell them, I have to tell them sometimes don't mess with me. I'm not this, I don't do the same thing all the time. You know, I don't respond the same way all the time. People say, oh, of course. Mess with me and then you will. Right, God? Oh, Trev, that is so unbecoming. It's very becoming. You don't like to step to people and then you turn around and gaslight them and say, oh, it's so unbecoming of you to curse. Well, don't trouble me. Yes, what I mean, Miss. Yeah, don't trouble me. If you don't trouble me, you won't hear me curse. So when you trouble me now, I'm going to defend myself, then you come try to gaslight me and say, oh, that's so unbecoming. I never heard you curse. Oh, I thought your older sister was the one who cursed. I thought you were the one who never. Me can't cuss too. Yeah. Just don't trouble me and you won't hear me cuss. Simple. Yeah. My sister cuss for nothing. But what we call nothing, she calls something. So if you don't leave her alone, she won't have to cuss. But you seem to trouble her a lot, so she cuss a lot. Right, lovely people. Mr. Card, may I go say this? Oh, Mr. Card, if me did live near you, if me didn't live near you, you could have retwist me ear for me. If me did me, but I get me ear retwist. Somebody that retwist it for me. Would that be nice to sit down for once in my life and have somebody retwist it and them could have see like up in at the top ear so? Yeah. You saw what I mean? Go on for boss. Yes. I have to just be myself because I can't be nobody else. Like to have somebody who can see the whole part them and like repart them and separate up the ear nice. But anyway, I do it all I can. As though I've always been doing it. It's now 4 years old and I've been doing it by myself all this time. So I'm not going to stress myself out. Right, God? Morning, beautiful people. Bless upon yourself. Welcome into the live. Cats, I'm going to continue reading the Bible. Me that going to stop, you know, but if God say continue, make we continue. All right, we're going to continue. We're going to read Genesis 36. Make we hear what Genesis 36 says, lovely people. Right, God? Make we hear what Genesis 36 say. God now make me get to it. Let me see if I like. So like. Me not wear wig, my youth. I want you. I want these people. You ask me, me not wear a wig. This a hair that grows out of my head. Yeah. Me not wear a wig, my youth. Get yourself before you wreck yourself. But then so if you read chapter 36 of the Genesis, so let me read it. It says, now these are the generations of Esau, who is Edom. Esau took his wives and the daughters of Canaan, his wives of the daughters of Canaan, Ada, the daughter of Elon, the Elite, the Hittite, and Aholiabama, the daughter of Anna, the daughter of Zebion, the Hivite, and Bathmath, Ishmael's daughter. So much wife Esau did have. Yes, you're mistake. Yeah, this is here. This is here, my love. Here that grows out of my own head. Okay. All right, so make we continue now. So Esau really rack up a ton of wives. No, Peter. Esau racked up a ton of wives. So he took, let me see all the wives what Esau took. He took the wives of the daughters of Canaan. Remember his parents, Rebekah and Isaac, did not want their sons to marry the daughters of Canaan. They didn't want that at all. And when Esau learned that, him say, watch me and uno. Right, Juggies? Him say, watch me and uno. Uno don't want me to marry the daughters of Canaan, and then me I go marry. Just to get back at uno for want to do to me, uno thief my birthright and give it to Jacob. And Esau took his wives of the daughters of Canaan. Ada was the daughter of Elon the Hittite. And Aholiabama, the daughter of Anna, the daughter of Zibeon the Hivite. And Bashemath, Ishmael's daughter. That was Ishmael now would have been his uncle's daughter. Because Ishmael and Isaac were brothers. And Esau was Isaac's son. So he took this one. That he took Bashemath, which was Ishmael's daughter. She was the sister of Nebajoth. And Ada bare to Esau Eliphaz, and Bashemath bare Ruel. And Aholiabama bare Jehush, and Jalam, and Korah. These are the sons of Esau, which were born unto him in the land of Canaan. And Esau took his wives, and his sons, and his daughters, and all the persons of his house, and his cattle, and all his beasts, and all his substance, which he had gotten in the land of Canaan. And he went into the country from the face of his brother Jacob. Yeah, so he went away from his brother Jacob. For their riches were more than that they might dwell together, and the land wherein they were strangers could not bear them because of their cattle. Thus dwell Esau in Mount Seir. Esau is Edom. And these are the generations of Esau, the father of the Edomites in Mount Seir. These are the names of the sons of Eliphaz, the son of Ada, the wife of Esau, Ruel, the son of Bashemath, the wife of Esau. And the sons of Eliphaz were Teman, Omar, Zephu, Gatam, and Kenaz. And Timnah was concubine to Eliphaz, Esau's son, and she bare to Eliphaz Amalek. These were the sons of Ada, Esau's wife. And these are the sons of Ruel: Nahath, Zerah, Shammah, Misa. And these were the sons of Bashemath, Esau's wife. And these were the sons of Oliabama, the daughter of Anna, the daughter of Zebeon, Esau's wife. And she bare to Esau Jehush, Jalam, and Korah. These were dukes of the sons of Esau, the sons of Eliphaz, the firstborn son of Esau: Duke Tema, Duke Omar, Duke Zepho, and Duke Kenaz, Duke Korah, Duke Katam, Duke Amalek. These are the dukes that came of Eliphaz in the land of Edom. These were the sons of Ada. Want to get any inspiration yet? Is anybody here inspired yet? The words of the Bible are supposed to be inspirational, right? Written by men, inspired by God. It's supposed to inspire us as we read. So no tell me, no tap the screen and tell me when you get the inspiration. Oh, Peter, you say you get some inspiration from learning about who these people are and who is whose wife and who married to who and who. You get some inspiration? Okay, I'm glad I could facilitate that. And these are the sons of Ruel, Esau's son, Duke Nahath, Duke Zerah, Duke Shammah, Duke Mizah. These are the dukes that came of Ruel in the land of Edom. These are the sons of Basemath, Esau's wife. And these are the sons of Holiabama, Esau's wife, Duke Jehush, Duke Jalad, Duke Korah. Why are they repeating the same thing over and over? Like, what in the world? These are the sons of Esau, who is Edom, and these are their dukes. These are the sons of Seir, the Horite, who inhabited the land, Lotan and Shobal, and Zibeon and Anah, and Dishan, Ezer, Dishan. These are the dukes of the Horites, the children of Seir in the land of Edom. And this goes on and on. Because you're not going to have me here, so I bite up my tongue. And this list goes on and on and on about who is whose son and who is whose son and all the dukes that came and all of this. And they keep repeating it over and over. They keep repeating it over and over and over again. All right? Then they come down to chapter 36 and verse 30. And they say, Duke Dishan, Duke Ezer, Duke Dishan. These are the dukes that came of Hori, among their dukes in the land of Seir. And these are the kings that reigned in the land of Edom before there reigned any king over the children of Israel. So even though according to Jacob, God had told him in his dream that he was going to make him have kings come out of his loins. Here, the Bible is telling us that even before there were kings who came out of the loin of Jacob, there were kings who had come out of the loin of Esau. I know me say so. Okay? And he says, and these are the kings that reigned in the land of Edom before there reigned any king, before there reigned any king out of the children of Israel. Want to get it? All right, let's continue. And Bela, the son of Beor, reigned in Edom. And the name of the city was Binabah. And Bela died. And Jobab, the son of Zerah of Bozrah, reigned in his stead. And Jobab died. And Usham of the land of Timani reigned in his stead. And Usham died. And Hadar, the son of Bedad, who smote Midian in the fields of Moab, reigned in his stead, and the name of the city was Avith. And Hadar died, and Samlah of Masrekah reigned in his stead, and Samlah died, and Saul of Rehoboth by the river reigned in his stead. This is the first time we're coming across this name Saul. There were many Sauls. There were many Sauls in the Bible. Anywho, let us okay. So the Bible mentioned quite a few Sauls. So, all right, it says, and Samlah died, and Saul of Rehoboth by the river reigned in his stead. And Saul died. And Saul died, and Behalanan, the son of Akbor, reigned in his stead. And Bahalanan, the son of Akbor, died, and Hadad reigned in his stead. So you see, all these kings that have reigned and died and all throughout. Unstoppable! Is that you? You get over here going like kinds of shenanigans. Unstoppable. Unstoppable what? Oh you do, oh you do. Oh you do, you know, long to see, you know. Or make a squirt around the things of my boss. What's going on with you? Like, hey, what in the world, man? Shoo. Alright. Make we continue. Let me say Unstoppable forward through the chat. My head going on. But anyway. Let us continue. So this Saul died. This Saul died. And Behalanan, the son of Akbor, reigned instead. And Behalanan, the son of Akbor, died. And Hadar reigned in his stead. And the name of the city was Pau. And his wife's name was Mehethabel, the daughter of Matred, the daughter of Mezahab. Yeah, it don't take much to make me happy, no, Peter. It don't take much, because my happiness is in nobody's hand. My happiness is in my hand. So I'm responsible for my laughter. I'm responsible for me being jovial. I am responsible for that. Yeah. But let us continue. And these are the names of the dukes that came of Esau according to their families, after their places, by their names: Duke Timnah, Duke Alva, Duke Jethet, Duke Aholiabama, Duke Elah, Duke Pinon, Duke Kenaz, Duke Timan, Duke Hibzar, Duke Magdiel, Duke Iram. These be the dukes of Edom, according to their habitation in the land of their possession. He is Esau, the father of the Edomites. All right, so there you have it. You see, the Bible says, long before the children of Israel had kings, Esau's tribe, Esau's generation were crowning kings and dukes for a long time before the children of Israel started crowning kings. And I mean, says, I know, in the Bible. Okay? So now that we have that out of the way, we are going to stop right here. Yeah, now that we have that out of the way, we are going to stop right here. And we are going to move right along. We are going to move right along into the rest of my morning. Why TikTok, there's too much people there, me can't come off. What a TikTok love ramp profi, man. What do you mean by too much people there, me can't come off yet? What do you mean? I wanted to go wash my hair and do my hair. What do you mean I can't come off? Alright, since I say we can't come off, let us continue. Let us continue. My word. Look, I can't run me and me run this. In Rochelle, like I them run this and me. But let us continue. We are going to read chapter 37. BB Glass, what's up? And Jacob dwelt in the land wherein his father was a stranger, in the land of Canaan. So Jacob is now back. He's reigning in the land of Canaan. Esau, his brother, is now reigning over there in Edom. And these are the generations of Jacob. Joseph, being 17 years old, was feeding the flock with his brethren. And the lad was with the sons of Bilhah and with the sons of Zilpah, his father's wives. And Joseph brought unto his father their evil report. So they were doing bad things out there in the field, and Joseph with him chat self go and tell his father what his brothers were doing. Now Israel loved Joseph more than all his children because he was the son of his old age. And he made him a coat of many colors. But hold on. Wasn't Benjamin born after Joseph? So he loved Joseph more than all because Joseph was the son of his old age? And when his brethren saw that their father loved Joseph more than he loved them, they hated Joseph and could not speak peaceably unto him. They could not have a good word with Joseph. They had nothing good to say about him because they were so angry that their father loved Joseph more than he loved them. And Joseph had a dream, and he told it to his brothers, and they hated him even more. And he said unto them, I pray you this dream which I have dreamed. For behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and lo, my sheaf arose and also stood upright. And behold, your sheaves stood round about, and made obeisance unto my sheaf. So here, what Peter talk about prayer time? Peter, if you want to pray. If you want to pray, brother. Why you get mad because me not join you? If you want to pray, me not tap you. Go ahead, man, pray. So see, this is a part of Joseph's dream. Joseph dreamt that him and his brothers were out in the field, and his brothers, they were packing sheaves, and his sheaves stood up and ate his brother's sheaves, something like that. Their sheaves, bow down to his sheep. So the sheaf. So his Joseph sheaves were now considered to be superior to his brother's sheaves. The brother don't want to hear that. And his brethren said to him, shalt thou indeed reign over us? Yeah, you see the interpretation of the dream. He said, so what is it? Is it that we know the sheaves are inanimate objects, but does that mean that you, having been the owner of those sheaves, does that mean that you are going to be ruling over us? Or shalt thou indeed have dominion over us? And they hated him even the more for the dreams that he dreamt. What you say? What you say? Can you pay for you, or can I pray for you? No. Pray for yourself. And he dreamed yet another dream, and told it to his brothers, and said, behold, I have dreamt another dream, and behold, the sun and the moon and the 11 stars made obedience to me. All right, Joseph is kind of pushing it, you understand? So now I'm saying dream another dream, and the sun and the stars, that's what I mean, his dad and his dad's wife, and the 11 stars, that means, remember, it's 12 of them, so he's saying the 11 should represent his siblings. So the 11 stars did obedience to him, so them all bowing down to him. And he told it to his father and to his brothers, and his father rebuked him and said unto him, what is this dream that you are dreaming? Shall me and your mother and your brethren indeed come to bow down ourselves to you, to this earth? I don't know which mother did I talk at this time, because Rachel did. But anyhow, let us continue. And his brethren envied him, but his father observed the saying. And his brethren went to feed their father's flock in Shechem. And Israel said unto Joseph, do not thy brethren feed the flock in Shechem? Come, and I will send thee unto them. And he said unto him, here I am. And he said unto him, Go, I pray thee, see whether it be well with your brothers, and well with the flocks, and bring me word again. So he sent him out of the valley of Hebron, and he came to Shechem. And a certain man found him, and behold, he was wandering in the field. And the man asked him, Why are you here? What are you looking for? And he said, I am looking for my brothers. Tell me, I pray thee, have you seen them or our flocks? And the man said, They are departed from here, for I heard them say they are going down to Dothan. And Joseph went after his brethren and found them in Dothan. And when they saw him coming from afar off, even before he came near to them, they conspired against him to slay him. And they said one to another, Behold, this dreamer is coming. Come now, therefore, and let us slay him, and cast him into some pit. And we will say, Some evil beast hath devoured him, and we shall see what will become of his dreams. And Reuben heard it, and he delivered him out of their hands, and said, Let us not kill him. And Reuben said unto them, Shed no blood, but cast him into this pit that is in the wilderness, and lay no hands upon him, that he might rid him out of their hands, to deliver him to his father again. Ha! Passover people in a Bible have mental problem. And I agree with you. I agree with you. All of this that they say is inspiration. Yeah, a lot of these people, it's a bunch of craziness. I agree with you 100%. Samaka, what's up? And it came to pass, when Joseph was come unto his brothers, that they stripped Joseph out of his coat of many colors. And they took him and cast him into a pit. And the pit was empty. There was no water in it at that time. And they sat down and they ate bread. And they lifted up their eyes and looked, and behold, a company of Ishmaelites came from Gilead with their camels, bearing spices and balm and myrrh. They were going down to Egypt. And Judah said unto his brethren, What profit is it for we to slay our brother and conceal his blood? Come, and let us sell him to the Ishmaelites, and let not our hands be upon him, for he is our brother and our flesh. And his brethren were content. Then there passed by Midianites, merchantmen, and they drew and lifted their brother Joseph out of the pit, and sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver. And they brought Joseph into Egypt. And Reuben returned unto the pit, and behold, Joseph was not in the pit. And he rented his clothes. And he returned unto his brethren and said, The child is not there. Where did he go? And they took Joseph's coat, and they killed a kid of the goats, and dipped the coat in blood. And they sent the coat of many colors. And they brought it to their father and said, This have we found. Know now whether it be thy son's coat or not. So, hold on, Peter. So, Reuben wanted them to just drop Joseph in the well, because his intentions was to go back behind them and take his brother out of the pit. But then the brothers had another idea that, hey, we shouldn't have to just drop him in the pit and leave him there. Let's take him out and sell him, because lots of merchants pass by this way. So that's what they did. They took him out and sold him to the Midianites, to the Ishmaelites going down to Egypt. All right, so now they come up with another scheme. Now they come up with another scheme that they're going to unalive a goat, dip his coat in blood, then take it to their father for him to see whether or not it was the same coat that his son was wearing. And Jacob knew it and said, "It is my son's coat. An evil beast has devoured him. Joseph is without doubt dead." And Jacob rent his clothes and put sackcloth on his loins and mourned for his son for many, many days. And all his sons and all his daughters rose up to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted. And he said, "For I will go down into the grave unto my son mourning." Thus his father wept for him. And the Midianites sold him into Egypt unto Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh's, the captain of the guard. Where I said, Peter? Debs, what? How you doing? Okay, so that was chapter 37. So now they have sold Joseph. Joseph is gone down into Egypt. He is bought by Potiphar, the captain of the guards, and he's now in Joseph. But his poor father Jacob is mourning and hollering and bawling because he thinks that his favorite son Joseph is dead. Now make me sit down here and read all day, while uno dey home and get an act together. And it came to pass at that time that Judah went down from his brethren and turned in unto a certain Adullamite whose name was Hirah. All right, the story take another turn. Only one who speaks the truth, Peter. And it came to pass at that time that Judah went down from his brethren and turned into a certain Adullamite whose name was Hirah. And Judah saw there a daughter of a certain Canaanite whose name was Shua, and he took her, and he went in unto her. All right. Okay. So remember Judah, we have talked about the story repeatedly. We have talked about the story of Judah. Remember? All right. We all know what happened with Judah and Tamar. We're going to get there. We just aren't there yet. But here now is where the story starts talking about Judah, the son of Jacob. Let us continue. So Judah went down to his friend and turned into a certain Adullamite. That was his friend whose name was Hirah. And there Judah saw there a daughter of a certain Canaanite whose name was Shua. And he took the daughter and he went in unto her. And she conceived and bare a son, and he called the son's name Er. All right. And she conceived again and bare a son, and he called his name Onan. And she bare yet again and another child. And it was another son, and they called his name Shelah. And he was at Shebiz when she bare him. And Judah took a wife for Er, his firstborn, whose name was Tamar. I want to remember the story now. Judah takes a wife for his first son Er. Her name was Tamar. Okay? Listen to what happened in the story between Judah, his son Er, and Tamar. And Er, Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord slew him. All the wickedness that Jacob had done was not wicked in the sight of the Lord. But here it says, Judah's son Er, was wicked in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord slew him. And Judah said unto Onan, Go in unto your brother's wife, and marry her, and raise up seeds for your brother. Now, this was the custom of the day back in those times. If I am married to my husband and my husband dies and we have no children, then I am being handed off to my husband's brother so that I can have children in my dead husband's name. This was the order of the time. This was their social structure at the time. So with Er being dead, Judah had no choice but to allow his son Onan to marry Tamar so they could raise children in the name of the dead son Er. All right? And Anan knew that the seed should not be his. And it came to pass, when he went in unto his brother's wife, that he spilt it on the ground, lest that he should give seed to his brother. So, even from back then, we find that people were rebelling these social laws, this social structure. People were rebelling against it because it did not sit well with them. It did not sit well with Onan, that instead of going to find his own wife, society was now forcing him to go be the husband of his dead brother's wife and to impregnate her and make her have the children that are now going to be considered to be his brother's children. So him just sharpen up him pull out game and boom, on the floor. Everything goes on the floor. Yeah? Onan a joke. Everything going on the floor because Onan does not like this arrangement. All right? And the thing which he did displeased the Lord. So the Lord is upset that Onan spills his seeds on the ground. So the Lord slew Onan. God forbid. Yeah. So, yeah, man, Onan sharpen up him pull out game and say, yeah, what? Uno na make me a part of this shenanigan here, so, you know, if me I go breed or the pitney, I go be mine. Me nah go breed nobody and have the pitney them be considered somebody else's children. And that's how this thing I go work. They're going to be mine. And through the social structure said it's not going to be his. Him say, all right, me have a plan for you now. Now they say the Lord, realizing what Onan had done, slew Onan. Then said Judah to Tamar, his daughter-in-law, you have to remain a widow, you know. You have to remain a widow because Sunday school is on Kenton, bless up a nice clean self. Yeah. So Judah says to his daughter-in-law, Tamar, hear what? Me not have no more son figure, you know, right here now, because Shella, my youngest son, him not old enough yet to piss bun grass. So hear what? Go back home to your father. Remain a widow. You see the people that control people's lives? Go back home to your father. Remain a widow. And when Shella is old enough, I will give him to you to be your husband. Because you see, he wants to continue the tradition. So he sends Tamar away. The story gets nicer. He tells her, remain a widow at your father's house till Shella my son is grown. For he said, lest peradventure he die also, as his brothers did. And Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. And throughout the process of time, the daughter of Shua, Judah's wife, died. And Judah was comforted, and went up unto his sheep bearers to Timnah, he and his friend Hirah the Adullamite. And it was told to Tamar, saying, behold, your father-in-law is going up to Timnah to shear his sheep. So Tamar had a grand idea. A grand idea. And what did she do? She dressed up like a prostitute. I can tell you the rest of this story without reading it. She dressed up like a prostitute, and she sat out in the way where she knew her father-in-law Judah and his servants were going to be passing by to go up to Timnah to shear the sheep. Now, remember they said that Judah's wife had recently died? So as they were passing by, Judah, who is now a leader in the community, Judah sees this prostitute sitting out there selling, peddling her wares. And he went to her to ask for her services. This is supposedly the man of God, you know. This is the man in the community who is dishing out punishments for people who disobey the laws. All right? So he stops to get services from this prostitute. So when they got to their private spot, whatever, Tamar asked him, so what you gonna give me for this service? Can't nobody not sell front for free. Right? So she said, well, what you gonna give me for this service? And he says, listen, so exactly one for boss, nothing is new. Exactly. He says to her, listen, after we done do this, do, and I go up on the mountain of Timnah, I'm going to send my servant back with a goat for you. Tamar, thinking with her head, she says to him, here what? Minister to trust say you are going to do that, you know. So here what you do. Leave with me your bracelet, your staff, and your signet. That's a little something what you know the king them wear upon their head, the priest them wear upon their head. She said, leave that little thing with me. Leave your staff, that are the key and I'm use, and the bracelet empire on with me. And when the servant comes with the goat, I will give him these things to bring to you. Fair enough? Deal is a deal, right? So Judah already do his business. He agreed. He left his signet, he left his staff, and he left his bracelets with Tamar. When he went up to Timnah, he sent his servant back with the goat. And the servant looked everywhere. He could not see a prostitute. He asked everybody around town if they saw a prostitute was sitting out there. They say no prostitute here. There's no prostitute here. No prostitute is in this town. And the servant said, well, yes, the master just got services from a prostitute. And they said, no, sir, because there's no prostitute here. So the servant went back with the goat to go give back to Judah. 3 months passed by. Rumors started around town that Tamar was pregnant. Now, this is the worst thing you could do, is to be waiting for a husband and then show up pregnant. For this, the punishment was that they burnutodeath. That was the punishment. For Jews, what's up? That was the punishment for anybody who committed that sin. So when the rumor started going around that Tamar was pregnant, it was brought to Judah because, Judah is Tamar's father-in-law. She's not supposed to be pregnant. She's supposed to be waiting. What a mistake. Mistake. Good morning, Mystic. How you doing, my love? Happy 8 o'clock on a Sunday to you, my love. Yeah. So Tamar, is supposed to be waiting for Judah to give her the last son, Shelah. She's not supposed to be pregnant. So when he heard that she's pregnant, he's now asserting, well, you've been selling a long time. Yeah, long time it's been selling. Long time. So, Judah now, he wants to impose his authority now on everybody. How dare Tamar be pregnant? So him come down now to come deliver justice to Tamar. And his justice, a society justice at the time, happy Sunday to you, my love, is that Tamar should be burnt. So when he gave that order, Tamar says, wait a minute now. You don't think you going to burn up me? The truth have to come out here, so. The person who owns this signet, this bracelet, And this staff is the person by whom I am pregnant. When the crowd looked at the signet, the bracelet, and the staff, they realized that it was royal possession. It belonged to Judah. And so they were like, wait a minute now. Wait a minute now. Judah, the same one who is standing in front of them and telling them to go get them kerosene oil and them matches and come burn up Tamar. He is the one by whom she's pregnant. Ain't that something? Busted. Yes, Daddy. Busted. Busted, exactly. And so that's how Tamar was spared. And then he gonna turn around and talk about, oh, she's more holier than me. Man, they should have turned around and give him the same treatment that he was planning to give to her. That's what they should have done. But they did not. Tamar was spared only because she was smart. Okay? She went on to have a pair of twins. She went on to have a pair of twins for Judah, her father-in-law. Let me continue with the rest of the story. I'm going to just give you a little piece of what I just told you in verse 23. Judah said, let her take it to her, lest we be ashamed. You hear what I'm saying? Lest we be ashamed. Of course you should be ashamed of yourself. Behold, I set this kid, and thou hast not found her. Later on, he says, and it came to pass in the time that she was pregnant. That's Tamar, in the time that she was about to give birth. And it came to pass at the time when Tamar was about to give birth. Behold, twins were in her womb. And it came to pass when she travailed that one twin put out his hand, and the midwife took the hand and put a red thread upon the hand. And it came to pass, as he drew back his hand, that behold, his brother came out. And she said, how hast thou broken forth? This breach be upon you. Therefore his name was called Pharez. And afterwards came out his brother that had the red thread upon his hand, and his name was called Zerah. Okay? So those were the two children that Tamar had for her father-in-law, Judah. When you read further around in the Bible and it talks about Judah's 5 sons, those were the 5 sons. Onan, Shelah, Pharez, and Zara. Those were the 5 sons of Judah. When you hear them refer to God as the son of Judah, the lion of Judah, whatever the case may be, when they refer to Judah, it is because the Jesus that we are going to read about later on is a descendant of, I think it was Pharez. Okay? Wait, hold on there. Who did say call me? Hold on, let me put this on mute. All right, here I come again. Here I come again with love and not hatred. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow I all the days of my life. Oh, sing it to me, children. Oh, Cashapp, bless up your nice clean self. My head is anointed and my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow I the days of my life. Oh, sing it to me, children. Oh. God say yes, 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 God. It was Perez. Yeah. Missing. I get a hat and a mustache, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you, Misting. Yes, guys, I tell you. So the Perez who Tamar had, that one is the forefather of this Jesus that you all are going to hear about later on in this story. So that is where the whole mention of Jesus as coming from the tribe of Judah, that's where it came from. All right? Can't say me never did I warn you. Oh Lord, me tell you, ring the alarm. Misting. Misting. Thank you so much, my love. How are you doing in this season here? What's going on with you in this season? When I tell you to continue reading, me not continue reading nothing man after 8 o'clock. Me have 1,000,000 things to do. I want to go on with. No one I couldn't want me to come off of the live. No one I couldn't want me to come off. You don't want me to go? You just go clean snow, Lord of mercy. Let me see outside. Because I hear it raining out there. Good Lord. I say outer door dark. Outer door dark. Oh, this is at 6. Outer door dark. Jesus, and rain a fall. Oh my. Look like a time for me at the time figure bake. Alright, on the time, one thing. Go bake or do me ear. Which one me for do? Which one? Wing some. Me for read, man. Alright, that's me for go and read. Because the Bible story have a buzz. So me for go and read. Lord of his mercy. Alright. Alright. If you no say so. If you no say so, me I go work with you now. But I can imagine if you go clean the snow and nice, you know. Me glad to me not have them problems there in the good old North Carolina. We get snow, but yeah. Like in the morning here, I'm sure it would have been like icy overnight, but then the rain has fallen, so it melted off. Nothing consequential, nothing to worry about. But anyway, we're going to continue reading. If Winsome says so, that way I work with. Winsome says continue reading, so let me continue. And Joseph was brought down to Egypt, and Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, captain of the guards, an Egyptian, bought him off the hands of the Ishmaelites, which had brought him down there. So, Potiphar bought him, pay money for him. So that was the order of the day. You see a man and you want him, you just pay money for him. You just with some. You see a man and you want him, you just buy him. As long as you have your money, you can't get any man you want. But anywho, let us continue. So, Potiphar bought Joseph, and the Lord was with Joseph. And he said, and he was a prosperous man, and he was in the house of his master, the Egyptian. And his master saw that the Lord was with him. I don't know how comes his master saw that the Lord was with him, considering that his master would not have even believed in the God of Judah, the God of Israel. Yeah. Thank you so much, Guan for boss. Thank you for your generosity. Yeah. So they said Joseph's boss, Potiphar, saw that the Lord was with Joseph. And that the Lord made all that he did to prosper in his hand. And Joseph found grace in his sight, and he served him, and he made him overseer of his house. Yeah. And he made him overseer of his house, and all that he had he put in his hand. So now Potiphar trusts Joseph, right? Yeah, he trusts Joseph immensely. So he hands over everything in his house to Joseph. You know, Joseph can make the decisions in my absence. Joseph can take anything he wants. Yeah, all of that. And it came to pass from the time that he had made him overseer in his house and over all that he had, that the Lord blessed the Egyptian's house for Joseph's sake. And he blessed, and the blessing of the Lord was upon all that he had in the house and in the field. So I guess now Potiphar is saying, with Joseph being in his house, the Lord now has blessed him, and his household is prospering, and his field and all is prospering, all because of the presence of Joseph. And he left all that he had in Joseph's hand, and he knew not aught he had. Yeah, him not even know what I have. He didn't no longer knew what he had because he left everything in Joseph's hand. He only knew the bread which was given to him to eat. That's how much he trusted Joseph. And Joseph was a godly man, and he was well favored. And it came to pass after those things that his master's wife cast her eyes upon Joseph, and she said, what did she say, Winsome? Hey, Winsome? What Potiphar's wife said to Joseph? I wanna wake up with you. I wanna be there when you open your eyes. I want you to be the first thing that I see. You missing? And that man wife said to the boss, Joseph, you know. Yeah. She said she wanted him. She said she wanted to be with Joseph. Watch me, I kick down this. Oh, she wants some brave. She bravey? Yeah. So she looking at the man and she want him. So women, no make nobody telling us, say, if you don't see one man we don't like, you can't go off time. You can't make him know. Because there are people out here who are trying to shame women who are making it known to the men that they like them. Yeah. If me see somebody point here what me like, me I go follow the Bible principles. Yeah, and tell them something like them. Yeah, you see what I mean? Go on for boss. You don't want to wrong me, right? Yeah. Me I go tell them something like them. I'm true win some. Call me up. Come here follow the Bible. What the heck? Why else me for follow? I'm not telling me says a book of inspiration. Written by men inspired by God. So I'm supposed to follow what is in there. So I want to watch out on yourself now. No, keep checking in the inbox. Anybody where me like, me I go tell them. You know, no inbox. With some. Anyway. Alright, can't come and behave myself. So she asked Joseph to lie with her. But he refused and said unto his master's wife, behold, my master would never like that. All right, me for sure. All right. All right. But Joseph refused and said unto his master's wife, behold, my master would not like that I do that to you in his house. And he hath committed all that he hath in my hand. There is none greater in this house than me, neither hath he kept back anything from me. That would be a wicked act for me to deceive him by sleeping with his wife. That's a sin that would go against God and man. And it came to pass, as she spake to Joseph day by day, that he hearkened not unto her, to lie with her, or to be with her. And it came to pass about this time that Joseph went into the house to do his business, and there was none of the men of the house there. And she caught him by his garment and said, Lie with me. And he left his garment in her hand and fled from there. And it came to pass when she saw that he had left his garment in her hand and was fled forth, that she called upon the men of the house, and she spake to them, saying, See, he hath brought in an Hebrew man unto us to mock us. He came in unto me to lie with me. And I cried with a loud voice. What that woman did name again, called? That woman that did get Emmett Till killed. How that woman did name again? As she listen. That woman there. Yeah. See the woman wicked and lie? So I'm not bring in one Hebrew for coming here come mock us. Because look how he has come in to lie with me. And it came to pass, when he heard that, I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me and fled and got him out. And she laid up his garment beside her until the Lord came home. Who was the Lord? Potiphar. Until Potiphar came home. And she spake unto him according to these words, saying, The Hebrew servant which thou hast brought unto us came in unto me to mock me. And it came to pass, as I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me and fled out. What a thingy. And it came to pass, when his master heard the words of his wife, which she had spoken unto him after this manner, did thy servant do to me, that his wrath was kindled against Joseph. And Joseph's master took him and put him in prison, a place where the king's prisoners were bound, and he was there in the prison. But the Lord was with Joseph and showed him mercy and gave him favor in the sight of the keepers of the prison. And the keeper of the prison committed to Joseph's hands all the prisoners that were in the prison, and whatsoever they did there, he was the doer of it. The keeper of the prison looked not to anything that was under his hand, because the Lord was with him, and that which he did, the Lord made it to prosper. Okay. All right. You know, get the inspiration yet? You miss thing. You know, get the inspiration yet? No? All right, we're going to continue. We're going to continue. Because, you know, they say the Bible is written by men inspired by God. Something have to be wrong. Me wake up this morning and me see some family member, them a call me all night. Them a call me. I'm done. Okay, mama. All right. Sorry about that, people. Sorry about that. But yeah, my family member them been underneath my skin from morning. From me wake up from before 3 o'clock. My sister them not call me. And me go sleep from about what time I go sleep? Me go sleep early last night. So me not even come live. Me go sleep. Me tired. My body tired. Me I get old. So me go sleep. And as usual, I wake up minutes to 3. Yeah, like after 2. After 2, me wake up. And I've been up ever since. But anyway, me don't know what I was saying, that I don't know what part of this these readings is supposed to be inspiring to me. Me don't know, but because you keep on telling me, say the Bible is written by men, inspired by God, and I need to read the Bible and get inspiration. Me I read it, I'm still a search for the inspiration. So whenever you hear the inspiring parts of the Bible, you stop me and let me know, so that we can be all on the same page. All right, lovely people? I appreciate y'all. Yes, I'm if you continue. Jesus, I'm not gonna make me sing a song. I like hearing me I read, I don't just like if you know some here. Well, show me the love. I appreciate it. Chapter 40 in Genesis. How much page Genesis? What chapter Genesis have? I think I have 52. Let me see how much. 50. 50. Alright, we're there chapter 40. Shall I sing what's up? We're there chapter 40 in Genesis. And it came to pass after those things that the butler of the king of Egypt and his baker had offended their lord the king of Egypt. And Pharaoh was angry against 2 of his officers, against the chief of the butlers and the chief of the bakers. And he put them in a ward in the house of the captain of the guard. So Pharaoh is angry with the chief of the bakers and the chief of the butlers. He throw them in prison. He tell Potiphar, throw them in prison as well. And they throw them in the prison in Potiphar's house where Joseph was. And the captain of the guard charged Joseph with them. So, Potiphar handed them to Joseph and told Joseph that he was responsible for the chief of the butler and the chief of the baker. And they continued a season in the prison, and they dreamed a dream, both of them, each man his dream in one night, each man according to the interpretation of his dream, the butler and the baker of the king of Egypt, which were bound in the prison. And Joseph came in unto them in the morning, and looked upon them, and behold, they were sad. And he asked Pharaoh's officers that were with him in the ward of his lord's house, saying, Wherefore do we look so sad today? And they said unto him, We have dreamt a dream, and there is no interpreter of it. And Joseph said unto them, Well, do not interpretations belong to God? Tell me them, I pray you. But if Joseph is telling them, if Joseph is telling them that interpretation of dreams belong to God, but then he's telling them, so tell me the dream. I wonder if, I'm wondering if per the Pharaoh's religion at the time, Jesus, how is dropping on my eye? I'm wondering if per the Pharaoh's religion at the time, if they did not believe men could interpret dreams. But we know that Joseph's former religion from his dad, they believed that they could interpret dreams. So I'm not sure why Joseph said that to them, like, do not interpretations belong to God? Tell me them, I pray you. And the chief butler told his dream to Joseph, and said to him in my dream, Behold, a vine was before me, and in the vine were 3 branches, and it was as though it budded, and their blossoms shot forth, and the clusters thereof brought forth ripe grapes. And Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took the grapes and pressed them into Pharaoh's cup, and I gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand. And Joseph said unto him, This is the interpretation of it. The 3 branches represents 3 days. Yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up your head and restore you unto your place, and and you shall deliver Pharaoh's cup into his hand after the manner that it was before. But think on me when it shall be well with thee, and show kindness, I pray thee, unto me, and make mention of me unto Pharaoh, and bring me out of this house. So here, Joseph is not just interpreting the dreams just for naught. He's interpreting the dreams with the intentions that this interpretation would also be beneficial to him. You hear what he says? What he says to the butler? You are going to, in 3 days, you are going to be replaced in your position that you had before. And please don't forget to mention me to the Pharaoh. For indeed I was stolen away out of the land of the Hebrews, and here also have I done nothing that they should put me into the dungeon. When the chief baker saw that the interpretation was good, he said unto Joseph, I also was in my dream, and behold, I had 3 white baskets on my head. And in the uppermost basket there was of all manner of baked meats for Pharaoh. And the birds did eat them out of the basket upon my head. So the baker has 3 baskets stacked on his head. In the top basket, he had all kind of baked treat, bread and bun and bulla and whatever in there. And the birds kept flying down and eating all the baked goods out of the basket. And Joseph answered and said, this is the interpretation of your dream. The 3 baskets represents 3 days. Yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up your head off your body and shall hang you on a tree. And the birds shall eat your flesh from off you. Imagine that. This was the interpretation of the dream. And it came to pass on the 3rd day, which was Pharaoh's birthday, that he made a feast unto all his servants, and he lifted up the head of the chief butler and of the chief baker among his servants, and he restored the chief butler unto his butlership again, and he gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand, but the chief baker he hanged. Yet did not the chief butler remember Joseph, but forgot him. You get the gist of the story? You get the gist of the story? So Joseph, in interpreting the dream of the butler, was hoping that the butler would mention him, Joseph, to Pharaoh, and Pharaoh would give him favor as to take him out of this. Charles, what's up? To take him out of the prison. So when the baker saw that Joseph's interpretation of the butler's dream seemed favorable for the baker, he said, listen, let me tell you my dream too. So when he told Joseph his dream, the outcome for him was not so favorable, because Joseph interpreted his dream as though he was going to be hung on Pharaoh's birthday. And that's what happened. They turned him into a strange fruit and allowed the crows to feast on him. And for all that interpretation Joseph did for the butler, when the butler was restored to his loyal position at the right hand of Pharaoh, he said not a word on Joseph's behalf. So Joseph was left in the dungeon. All right. Are you satisfied now? Okay. It is 8:30. It is 8:30, and I don't care what you say. You could have ball blood, my gone. What's up? You could have ball blood, me gone. Okay? Me need to go all a fresh and get me here in order. I'm going to be at the 2 little cake I'm going to have to deliver tomorrow. Okay? All right. So that's going to be it from me for right now. I will see you. Danny! Danny, I'm glad you enjoy the live, you know. I appreciate you, my love. I appreciate you. Yeah. But Auntie here gots to go, people. As much as I would love to stay here with you all, I gots to go. I got a million things to do. Right? So I'm gonna take care of myself. When some me text you. Yeah, I'm gonna take care of myself and have myself a great day. And we'll see you know when me come back live. When we come back live later. Alright? But let me go work on it. Alright, people? See you later. Have yourselves a great day, beautiful people. It's an absolute pleasure to everybody over here who have been kind enough, Miss Sting, one for boss. Everybody, I can't remember everybody's name. God. I can't remember everybody's name, but you know yourself. I appreciate you all. Thank you all so much for being kind, for sharing your blessings with me this morning. I appreciate it. You are welcome, Danny. You are welcome. I will see you all again. We're going to the Bible again tomorrow morning. I like to do the Bible in the morning. I don't like to do the Bible in the night. Yeah, so we'll do the Bible in the morning, but for the rest of today, we will do some other things. All right? See you all later, guys. Have yourselves a blessed one.